Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to the 39th annual BullShooter WCC finale live in Chicago, Illinois. Sean Green joined once again by good stuff himself, Mr. Gordon Dixon. Gordon, we are live here for doubles, and this is the Women's Pro. It is double in, true double out, full bull format. A bit interesting.
Yeah, we got 3 ladies brackets this morning, and this is the top, I believe, the pro or the women's double A bracket. So these ladies playing double in, double out, much like we'll see on the pro side for the men, and just not familiar with how many times they'll actually play this throughout the year. So it'll be interesting to see how they respond to this format.
Oh, that was Carolyn Gucki. We got Kasha Prisbol stepping up here. Kasha is playing with Catherine Middleton, the Motor City Kitties team, and then Nikki Henshaw is playing with Caroline.
Greatly appreciate that name. I actually had the pleasure of playing a opening for the Motor City Madman.
Nice.
One time, and it was just as offensive as you can imagine.
I like it. I like it. Motor City Madmen. Yeah, it has to be.
Nikki actually used to play bass and opened up for Knuckle Puck and a few other bands as well back, as she said, about 10 years ago.
Oh, nice. A fellow bass player myself.
You also slap at the bass?
Back in the day.
All right, here's Carolyn. Sorry, let's talk about this because we have 3 ladies brackets. Let's not forget about the men who are also playing darts today. We usually do that on the reverse, but we're going to say that we actually did that today. We got 3 brackets of men's, too. The Pro AA, the Pro A, and the men's doubles. The men's doubles bracket is like 89 teams or something, so that one's going to last a while. Again, Poland.
Yeah, we'll be looking for Polish teams.
Polish names is going to win that one. And but here on the lady side of things, a lot of great teams doing battle out here. As you see Nikki Henshaw, I like the scoring on the 19s that some of the ladies are doing in this split bowl format.
Yeah, I mean, really, it comes down to what's going to garner the most points. So if they're not comfortable throwing at the top of the board, and there's certainly some more advantageous misses at the bottom of the board, then it just makes sense for them. But yeah, each of the brackets for the men and women are correspondingly playing the same format. So again, we have the women's double A here, double in, double out, split bowl. The pro double A is on the men's side is playing the exact same format. The other 2 brackets for both are double in, double out for Pro A for women and men, and then the opens are open in, open out, which is in those murderous fields in the opens, an absolutely brutal format.
Yeah, actually, I was mistaken then, so I appreciate you pointing out that it is double in, double out split for the top level here. I was actually speaking to Lane Lysak out there, and she was talking about the format being the double in, true double out, full bowl, and that she didn't particularly like that format. And I just assumed, since it was Lane Lysak, that she was playing in the double A instead of the A. So there you go. Great darts again from the Motor City Kitties.
And if we can't, or if we haven't mentioned it yet, but you'll see the split scores. So we also have the freeze rule introduced here, and we've got a giant shot, 174 for
Big
Carolyn.
darts. And she's going to be happy about that, and she's going to let everybody know it. But huge shot, and she needed it. 104 is on for Kasha.
Frozen because of that big shot. Catherine Middleton back on 152.
But they're at 230.
Oh, my gosh.
It's all right. It's
morning.
Monday? It is morning time,
Ooh.
Gordon.
I looked at that and just in my head, it was like, nope, can't take it out. My goodness. Yet another reason I'm sitting back here.
The good news is that it happens, obviously, to the best of us, as it just happened to you. But it also happens to the worst of us, Gordon. I do that all the time. To be honest, I trusted you there for a second.
You're like, oh, yeah, no, wait, no, he's super off.
Great darts from Catherine Middleton. Great setup play. Leaves 24. Now, Carolyn is frozen.
Why?
Because the 79 from Nikki is higher than the 70 combined score from their opponents. I figured you were going to ask that question.
No,
you needed it.
Yeah, I was just going to say, don't assume anything at this point.
All right. Gosh, I have 46 left. I like the 610 wire here.
She likes 32.
And she hits the 32. And look at she's almost shocked, I think, at that great 2-dart checkout.
Yeah.
1-0 lead.
Nice and clean. Good finish.
And this is Motor City Kitty's first match of the day. So to get a bye and then have to kind of wait, and now you're playing in the stream first thing, and to come out kind of on fire like that, that's a good sign. But Nikki Henshaw going to get us going here in leg number 2. See if Carolyn and Co. can get back in this. And the winner of this one takes on Raider and Ramirez for EVLA, who came back from 1-0 down to win that 2-1. Taylor Thaxton's playing with Lisa Yee. That's a fantastic duo. Look for them to really do a great job. Queen's Quarters, guess who? And we don't know. That's the fun part of this. You can say guess who as a team name, and that's a good team name.
Yeah, no, in this setup where we don't have to use our names.
And Sister Wives is taking on Justine and Sam. Danny, we could post the brackets in the chat. And but it's Nick who's running it instead of Will.
Oh, it's so easy to block people now in the YouTube chat, isn't it?
Yeah, but the problem with that is that it tells everyone that they blocked them, and so then they're like, "Oh, he's in timeout." We had that happen once. We tried to be sneaky about it. It was not. Tasha is on fire. Sitting on 209 after 6.
Yeah, and a race to 2. Absolutely dominating this leg. And there's not really enough pressure from Nikki and Carolyn to stop it. Sometimes if you have somebody running out in front like that, you can get a freeze if the other 2 players are playing a little bit better, and just not the case right here.
Danny said, gosh, it was 5 into a 9-darter. Yeah, we knew that. We just didn't want to try to jinx it like you just did. Sitting on 125 after 9. That's darn good. And it's you and I, Gordon. Whenever we sit together, we're expecting 9-darters or wired double 12s. You know, it just doesn't.
Plans come together when we're on the stream together.
It helps that we do call some pretty decent dart players for comps. Catherine Middleton's one of those players that I think is a little bit underappreciated in the dart community. She is extremely talented. She just does not travel as much. She stays kind of to her localities in this area up in Michigan, but she can stick with the best of them. That is for sure. But the way Kasha's playing, oh my goodness.
Yeah, we could be done in double quick time, and especially as you mentioned for their first round, this is a great showing here. You're just taking an extra second.
That was a good switch to the 2s there on the last.
Yeah, of course we wind her up, and not so much on that particular turn, but should have plenty of turns coming. Like I said, Kat not running down the board, but Nikki and Carolyn not doing enough to put in a freeze here.
Yeah, and Catherine's going to just keep getting it low. Maybe Catherine's the one's going to end up taking it out. Gosh, the setup play has been, well, not quite desirable yet.
Yeah, she's been messing around, but I tell you what, it was a clean 46.
It really was.
And Nikki's going to start getting frustrated because she is right on it. You can't really throw those darts any different. They're going to fall or in her case, be 1 or 2 holes out.
Trouble 19? Or this way.
Wowza.
Are you going to shoot at it, or? She did. I like it. And I love that she's like, why not? Was kind of her mindset there.
Yeah, no, I don't hate it.
She just shrugged her shoulders back there. Why not, you know?
What you gonna do?
For the fans. Melanie would like to say hi to just you.
Shout out to Melanie, my Monday Night League partner. I play singles. She's part of a 4-man group that shows up at the same bar to play singles at.
Would your team name be Cox and Dixon?
Dixon Cox.
Yeah.
Guys, this is what I have to deal with. It was clean until that moment. And this is why Nick should not have a microphone.
So 25 to sew this match up. Trying to be just as clinical as last time. Not going to happen.
Those missed on complete opposite sides of each other on the inside outside. At least the stinger appreciated it. That's all that matters. Carolyn doing it again. Does it again. Big 177 this time. She has both maxes in this. And they come seemingly out of nowhere in the leg.
Absolutely incredible. And here we go. Double 2. Take it home.
There it goes.
She floats the 4 in there.
And it looks like it's going to be a American versus Canadian duel for the men's Pro AA. Well, that gentleman there is Chris Lim as he stares at the camera as he saw it switch over. And he's playing with Dancing Leonard Gates. In this format, with these two players, they typically would have an advantage because it's steel tip math. That being said, they're playing against two great Canadians who are also fantastic steel tip players in Jason Barlow and David Cameron.
Yeah, I'm interested to see how Jay's playing. I haven't seen Jay in a while. I know he's played some of the regionals, but I don't see Jay quite enough for my own liking. He's super hilarious. Love hanging out with Jay.
My favorite Jay move is when he's just playing singles and he's completely out of a leg, and he'll go up there and he'll tap that bull for you if it needs one bull. And he's like, let's just move on to the next leg. All right. Great job. And it almost just takes the special feeling out of his opponent when he does so. And so it's on purpose. That's the type of person that he is, and it's wonderful.
No, like I said, I'm not a huge fan of quitting in legs or seeing players quit in legs. But I do always have to throw an asterisk in there because Dave will do it, but it will not affect the next leg whatsoever. And yeah, you nailed it with Jay. I've seen him tap out
pretty early.
Pretty early. And like you said, even if there's only a couple of marks needed, he'll switch it over to the other player and then tap him in.
Oh, I love it. I also love that Leonard's dart nickname is Watermelon Sugar. As you see, Will's fangirling out there. As the great Will Stewart. See how steady that camera is, Gordon? That's just expert work. Look at that. We're about to have an inception of pictures here, depending on the zoom level of this bad boy. Look at these cameras work. Up. Jay had to get his big head in there.
Giant Canadian head.
I'm just filming some content and to get some side action. It'll be good for later on. This part isn't live.
Actually, a pretty good Will Stewart.
Oh, do you want to? No. We don't. I don't need to mic you guys up. It's gonna be just fine. Shoot well, guys. And then he bebops out of there.
Bebops.
That's his walking style. Like he kind of bebops when he walks. Juan, you reset your stream because we're fine. It's amazing. Oh, it's not Leonard's. It's watermelon sugar. It's because it's on the same name side, and that's what it is. It's Jason Barlow. I just assumed when they put in the names that it's on like the same score line above and below each other. I forgot that it does not do that.
Just keep walking the line this weekend.
I do.
Just keep walking the line. I didn't expect it. I did not expect it. It's usually my mouth.
Gordon, I appreciate you. That's what I appreciate about you. All right, we're going to get started here. It's Saved by the Bell. Ding, ding. Let's get this thing going. Excalibur to get us started. Soldier's actually the only one without his without a nickname on there. That's an interesting in with the transfer down to the 19s, right?
Yeah. Here's the reason. 180 leaves him a finish.
Mm-hmm.
But honestly, I don't get it because the 160 does as well. So gives you options from that start. And this is, I was gonna say this is really good.
Yeah.
From both of these guys in the one hole. Yeah. No. I don't think Dave's tall enough that because you can see from the angle of the camera that it looks like that dart is kind of hanging over.
Yep.
I think from the player's perspective, that's not necessarily the case. But he made the switch and made the switch well. So not much you can complain about. All four.
Except for Jay Barlow are in.
Except for Jay Barlow.
And only 60 from Dave Cameron. Maybe that's why he switched down to the 19s after the first start. It could honestly be part of the case. He might just be finding the range on the treble 19 versus the 20s. Chris is going to take advantage of the 60 scored. Keeps quitting on the last start. I'd like him to stop doing that.
Very important for Jay to get away here. He needs to get away big.
Yeah, and fast. Switching down.
Jay with a kind of a John Henderson type throw.
Mm-hmm.
The little rock back and forth as he sets up and releases the darts.
He threw a little hip into that last dart. He was expecting the 180 after the first two, and to be honest, why wouldn't he? One of the top 180 hitters on the CDC tour. Actually, him and David Cameron are typically in the top 5 in that category every year. But that's a bogey.
Yeah, tough spot. Chris going to start down. Thought he was going to start down. And this is the dilemma now. He needs multiple marks here to get to a finish. Same shot on the 19s if you hit 419s if they went bull to leave the big fish.
And he should know that, which is why you said what you said.
Yeah. I would consider Chrislam a good counter. So surprised to see him miss on that one. But then again, throwing at bigger targets could come down to a confidence thing. See what Leonard can do on the setup here. He's not going to leave a finish either.
No, Cameron gets let off there. And that being said, he can't take out the 162. And with Jay Barlow back on 374, that's going to be a problem on this freeze rule. I do want to point out that Cameron did not leave the bogey on, that's great, 160, by the way, did not leave the bogey on purpose. It was an accidental miss that left the bogey. on the last dart for him. You can almost set this up. Well, you still want to make sure Jay doesn't get a shot at this at all. So you still want to think go low, right?
Oh, yeah. Yeah. Want to make that that freeze as guaranteed. And I actually, that's the number that popped into my head. The best treble that got them down there, but still even.
And it is definitely an awkward double on the dartboard, the double 3, but it's a bigger segment and soft tip, so these guys are going to have a little bit more confidence to hit that. And then on top of that, if he misses inside, the one double one is easier than it would be in the steel tip side of things, where it literally feels like you're in a straitjacket in the madhouse in that regard. It's always nice when you can just hit the button and fist bump your own partner. It was a good feeling.
That is a good position in the leg for sure, and it's not going to change for some time. This was right to be very aggressive on that dart.
Zero reason not to be.
This leg is going to be won by the Canadians. It's going to have to be Jay Barlow with a big finish. And he's at least 6 darts away from that.
Soldier's going to take this out of me. No. Could you imagine what it would have been like if he did, though?
I was reserving judgment until the first dart. First dart goes in, I would have said yes immediately.
And fist bumps his own partner again. Use take 2. Yeah. That time, throws at the bottom wire. And that'll do it for leg number 1. Lightning Lenny up 1-0 on Let's Go. Which is a very, like, rah-rah name for David Cameron. And
I was just going to say, especially for these two particular Canadians. I assure you, like, in between matches, they're not, like, bumping helmets and smacking each other's shoulder pads like, to get psyched up for the next match.
Are we up? All right, let's go win.
Yeah.
There's probably more like, all right, let's go try our best and see what happens. Jay does get in the first turn this time. It's going to relax him anyway, as he was the man out of it in the first leg. Soldier's perfect. In a lot of different ways, but that was his in.
That was a really, really good opening. Again, putting a lot of pressure on the Canadians.
I still think one of the craziest things ever about Dave Cameron's throw is when you look at it from the side, you do not see that elbow move at all. It looks like it's the exact same height the whole way through the throw, and it should, with how much he turns it, how does he make it look like it does not move? It is Merlin-like instead of Excalibur-like. Dad, I think we all want to see this. And again, it's Gordon and I.
You're in with a shot. Ooh.
Ugh. Come on. Ooh.
Lenny, not enough.
Yeah, that was not ideal after the perfect start. And all they can do is kind of giggle about it back there. Problem is that David Cameron, again, now he cannot leave a finish, but he can power score with the best of them. 1-6 in 6. His second time leaving a bogey. Again, both times not on purpose.
Yeah, not a lot he could do about that.
Good switch from Chris.
Big shot incoming here for Jay. Even get to a finish here. Oh, it's not going to happen.
But the good news is that it ensures no freeze. But the 166 can't go anyway.
Just kind of floats that third one. The job done. Chris going to get first chance here. See what kind of pressure he's going to be under.
It is race to 3 for the men's Pro AA. So there is that difference in format from the ladies that we just saw, where it was race to 2. Start on the 19s or up top? Up top.
57 for 32.
Ideal. 41.75 for Lim in that one. Nice 12 darter from Chris. And they win that second leg up 2-0 against the Canadian team of David Cameron and Jason Barlow.
So third time starting?
It is, and look at this. He does it a different way, but again, achieves perfection at the start. Maybe, I'm going to guess that first start had to be hanging weird for him when he switched down to the 19s in leg number 1.
Chris Lim back into it, too.
He's been perfect on his doubles. Getting in. That's better from Jay. Much better overall there. You see Leonard picks up the dart for him. You would think that he'd be able to ride one in. That was an unlucky third. That had to have hit the wire entirely and just bounced down into a dart.
Yeah, definitely looked good from the cheap seats here. Dave, no big trouble.
Also surprising because that's usually a great marker for Leonard on that first dart. Below. And Jay's seen a little bit of mediocrity here in front of him. He's like, okay, I can take control a little bit. But
yeah, just not what Jay would have been looking for there. Really allows Leonard with a perfect turn to get right back into this.
I'm so excited for this side shot so you guys can see what I was talking about Dave Cameron's throw. I don't even need to see the board for a second. Tell me if his elbow moves. It's gross. It doesn't look like it moves. And look at this. The turn is, it's not a small movement on the turn.
It's an inch and a half.
Yeah.
Of him pulling it in every time. But it is directly parallel to the floor.
Sally Kelly in the chat. Are Canadians allowed to show leg this early in the year? It's Memorial Day weekend for us, but not for them. So, yes, they can wear shorts.
Does get another triple, but not the one he was looking for.
And this, yeah, go ahead.
No, I was just gonna say I wish I would have called it. He didn't end up hitting the 180, but I kind of figured that was the spot where we were gonna see 180 from Leonard. The Canadians really only using the the start here. They've had the start in all 3 of the legs in this match.
This is the first time we've seen Dave Cameron score like David Cameron. And actually,
well, I think more importantly, this is the first time Jay has kept up with him, because the number of times that he had to push off in that very first leg was
that's fair.
At least 3.
Yeah, and he's got to be a little bit careful here. 61 though, 92. It's exactly 143 if a 180 is hit. So, safe. It doesn't matter anymore. Nobody even tried to do that math in case it was wrong. Here's double 6 for David Cameron. Double 3. And he hits the double 3. The basement goes, and it's 2-1. I'm actually excited because we get to see these 4 players play more darts.
Yeah, no, and it appears that all of them are heating up. We had a little slip there from Leonard to get in, but that is the little snag of double-double that it brings.
Here is Lightning.
Our 4th leg. I don't think we've not seen a perfect open in any of the 4 legs. One of the 4 players has opened perfect, I think, in every
I believe that
leg.
you are correct there. I know leg number 1, Dave Cameron did. Leg number 3, Dave Cameron did.
I believe 2 Leonard did.
Yep. And, well, Cameron's been perfect to start. 3 out of the 4 legs now, Gordon.
Yeah. Which, by the way, will only put more pressure on Misabalo, because that is heavy to play with in this type of a format.
Oh, yeah. You lose the match, and your partner goes perfect in 3 out of the 4 legs or 3 out of the 5 legs. Well, that's kind of all the partner has to say to realize who's actually at fault. But does get in on dart 3, and it's a huge dart. Let's stay with Leonard right this second. Great darts from Chris Lim. That's a 180.
Big shot. Can Excalibur stay with him? Perhaps get a shot at the 9er.
Oh, is he calling from a walkie-talkie, Gordon?
It's on. It's on. May have to. He may have to, depending on Jay's next shot. May not matter. Leonard lingering back on 401. This would be a big turnaround. Two big trebles from Jay, so he's doing his job. Can either one of these one-hole guys go out in 6 or less? Chris's only option is 6. He puts a heck of a dent in it.
Back-to-back 180s from Lightning. But this for a 2-2 score line. And he blows it on dart 7. And then does some interesting math choices. But you got to get low. Your next goal is to try to freeze Leonard so that Chris can't get the shot.
Yeah, I don't know if it's quite that important to get low, but that was certainly the open target in that particular shot.
One treble plus, one big treble plus will do the job. Which honestly would be gross with Chris on a 12-darter or an 11-darter right now. And definitely did that.
Jay continuing to do his job here.
So again, freeze rule in effect. 227 is the combined score of Excalibur and Jay. Leonard Gates, Lightning's partner, is on 304. That higher number means that Chris is frozen. in this turn and cannot take out that checkout, which is why you see him get down as low as possible. It was not miscounts at all. And if you can clean up like this, just kidding. Might need to go replace a tip, too. One of the things you learn as a soft tip player, you can break more tips that way.
Leonard can leave a finish. Does. Very important shot. It needs to get to 156.
It is accomplished. Plus some in this one. And this is the J that we know that we can see. 46.75 or 36.75 out of them. And you saw the opposite thing happened here. Fist bumping partners on the Canadian side.
Dave's going to go the same route. He is.
Did you see his mouth, what he said?
I'm
not great at lip reading, but he said something, that double 10.
Perfect John Boy recreation there.
Thank you. I wanted to make sure that I didn't really know what the something was, but I'm sure it was a hype up moment. A little bit out of character for Dave Cameron.
Oh.
That moved it over.
I was just going to say, that worked.
Oh.
He got a little bit more of an open bed.
So that's what you have to do if that happens. Just throw it way hard right at it and see if it just knocks it over to the side.
Take the tip out. Step off to the side, whichever way you want to move the dart.
Yeah, just automatically throw the first dart with no tip so it can't possibly stay.
Just move it out of the way.
So here we go. Last leg decider, something that we were not really expecting 5 minutes ago.
Yeah, this format is set up for this, but after a team goes up 2-0, it's much more difficult to make it a reality, especially in 01. I think that was Chris Lynn's worst open.
And that's, well, what else can we say at this point? That it's beautiful. His ends have been absolutely gorgeous.
Is that 4 for
it's
5?
4 for 5. You can see that first start's hanging pretty low on Leonard. He actually had to use the left side of the triple 20.
I wonder if Chris is going to tag Leonard for freezing him. Tag him in a Facebook post.
Those were not close.
No, that the reprieve there for Lightning Lenny is pretty big, because the way this man's been shooting, you can't imagine he's going to only come away with 40 again.
Well, there was a 40 in there, but there was 100 in front of it. Man who continues to play phenomenal, unlucky to kiss the other side of the wire there. And honestly, it might cost them. Not having the 9-darter hit is it. I mean, not quite to that extent quite yet, but if Jay doesn't get in, that's a big issue.
That's the big shot. Leonard only goes 60 there, and a big in from Jay, and it's kind of washed. But now he has to get in, and this is job done. But man, frustration is real for these fellas.
Chris had 2 180s in the last leg. This one will put him on the 141.
Oof.
Looks like Will's in the background there acting like Nick on ESPN.
It's another one where his best case scenario, can't expect no big shots from Chris Lim in that spot for him to only hit 78. Dave does get to a finish. Will he ever get to shoot one?
Great adjustments. I don't know how that last dart found the treble 20 instead of the triple 1.
Good start.
Yeah, it was not the time to even out the second dart.
And he is already frozen.
Yep, the 369 is below the 380. And now he's very, very frozen.
Yeah, the only way they win this match now is a big finish from Jay Barlow, and he's still 6 darts away. I really thought that dart was going to come towards the board.
I thought it was too. It'd been a lot cooler if you would have thrown it like over the bleachers. He doesn't have to go this route, but you know he's going to.
A little bit of a short arm on that third dart.
Yeah, his follow-throughs are inconsistent sometimes, but you never can really... I never talk about it because it still goes in the triple often when it even looks like that. It's almost... Since the dart's gone from him, I feel like it just works that way. Yeah, Danny, we agree with you. For sure. 14 tops for the match.
Just low, but plenty of time.
Now it's Soldier's turn. See if he can win it.
Here it comes. Double 4. There it is. Nobody misses double 4.
Amen.
Leonard Gates drives it home.
And Lightning Lenny goes up 2-0. Lets the Canadian team back into it. 2-2 scoreline, and then gets the job done in that last leg decider. And it looks like the ladies are getting ready to get started.
Ladies.
On board number 90, I can see that's Reagan and her partner will be taking on, well, Taylor Thaxton and Lisa Yee. That's a great battle. So we'll be stepping aside for 1 second while we wait for this one to get going. Sean Green, Gordon Dixon will be back with more action right after this. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the 39th Annual BullShooter WCC Finale live in Chicago, Illinois. We are here for the Women's AA doubles bracket here. Split bowl, double in, double out. We got Meredith McGee and Reagan Budin taking on Taylor Thaxton, our champion of the Top Gun singles last night, and her partner is Lisa Yee. I'm Sean Green, joined by Gordon Dixon. Gordon, this one's going to be a great battle.
Yeah, so far, so good. Both ladies getting in first dart. Get our first look at their partners. First look at Reagan and Lisa on our stream this year.
And Reagan unable to get in that time. And here is Lisa. She is tiny but mighty.
And most importantly, away.
And really most importantly, a who's shirt.
Not going to lie, I've had many conversations with Lisa, and she's never admitted that to me.
Well, she's proud of it. Trust me.
I was not convinced by that whatsoever.
I told you to trust me, okay?
Yeah, no, you did.
How is that not enough?
You did.
All right, here's Taylor. Had one of my, I think, favorite moments of streaming last night. The way that she was able to overcome nerves and everything else and that fourth leg and the start of the fifth leg to just all of a sudden just end up with a 5-6-3 in that last leg decider to take down someone she has been attempting to beat and wanting to beat since she started playing the game of darts. And Chrissy Grimmel.
Yeah, it was a really big win for her to come through there. And honestly, even if she hadn't, I think she had kind of overcome some things that she needed to. And it was best case scenario because there was some, I don't know. She wasn't under a lot of pressure from the play. It was just kind of the situation. So for that to happen, it was a really good spot for her.
Well, here is Murph. Looks like a couple of my students are in the chat. What's up, guys? You doing well? Although, that is some YouTube name, my friend. Telling you what. Here is Taylor. It's all right. Even if I had him this year, there's no longer school anymore. So, last day was yesterday.
Oh, very nice.
You skipped school to be here?
Skipped is a harsh way to phrase that. I was honored to be asked to be at the Chicago BullShooter finale and could not turn down that opportunity to sit next to Gordon Dixon. And my kids understood that. They know who Gordon is.
Wow.
I had to show them footage from like 10 years ago,
Yeah,
but they know who Gordon is.
I was going to say, before they were born.
Gordon Dixon, the dart player?
Setup shot here for Murph. He's doing a good job. How much lower is she going to go? Still some work to do. Taylor's turn.
Taylor switches down to leave the big fish.
Shout out to Jeff Franklin, my bracket runner.
Ayo.
Runs a very, very good tournament, Mr. Franklin. So if you ever get a chance to attend anything in Central Ohio, Jeff Franklin is a part of it. Worth your time.
All right, here's Lisa. Sometimes she wears a nice like plush hat that kind of drapes down over her ears. And with her wearing it, just makes it even more adorable because she's like 4'11", maybe 5 foot. But again, mighty. Well, nobody should go to the Buckeye anymore because Angela's going to be there.
How dare you?
Everybody should go to the Buckeye Open. Great darts from Murph.
Big last.
Count them on up. 1, 2, 3. Leaves 20. No freeze.
A lot of parity in this leg. You're looking at those averages at the bottom of the screen.
This is the maximum finish in this format. Triple 20, double bowl. Not going to go, but that was a good first start. And for anyone that's watching along, we teed that up because it's Taylor Thaxton who can definitely knock it down.
Yeah, a little lungy on the third. And now got to be careful.
Reagan not on a finish of the 166, but
90 or less. And Lisa's going to get frozen. Doesn't come into play.
well, this would be epic.
This would be huge.
Not going to go. Now trying to just get down lower than that. Not going to do so. So Meredith, double 10 for leg number 1. For the McBud team. Which, by the way, those types of nicknames are fine. I can cipher that.
No, yeah, but I have to take a hard line. Like,
That's fair.
No.
But if you're going to have a nickname,
No. You don't understand what the hard line means.
but
don't
like,
have a nickname.
if there's gonna be,
Put it on your shirt. If you want a nickname, put it on your shirt. Do not put it on a bracket. I swear.
I don't know what it is about me that I don't get.
I don't like them. That's not at all the case. I know that they don't like me. That's the thing.
What just happened? Who's they, Gordon? Who's they? Is it us?
Now that I was kidding about. just to be clear.
Here's Meredith stepping up, trying to get in, and it's all frustrating for her because Taylor did not get in, and she wants to take advantage of that. Does so in the last.
Yeah, good last from her, and she did really well. I mean, first start in the first leg, and a pretty clean finish on the other end. And when you see that opener not get in, it just adds a little bit of additional pressure, whether it's warranted or not, and Lisa not in either.
But again, the best part of that duo is that they're not going to sit there and be like, oh, man, I can't believe that just happened. They're just going to laugh at each other and make fun of it and move on. But the fact that Reagan also gets in is huge. They didn't get to run as much as they wanted to, and still a decent in will work. But you can see we're actually going to see Mike Maloney play darts this weekend on our live stream. We featured him on Friday night as a fan. And now playing with Alex Spellman in doubles. We'll be taking on Mr. White and Mr. Miller. That's Scotty Miller and Mr. White.
Still in the winner's bracket.
Yes. Yeah, that's a top 4 matchup. Yeah, because there is a loser side today. Last night, for those that watched, it was Top Gun singles, which is the format is a single elimination. And a bit wayward there from Murph.
Yeah, I think just a little bit too much respect here from all four of these ladies in this particular leg. Just trying to press. And Paul, just to be clear, we're talking about nicknames in the brackets.
Yeah.
Just makes it difficult for those not here, or maybe
Here.
Yeah. For us in the production room to follow along, know who we've got up. If especially team names, nicknames. I mean, if they're popular enough, even that can be deciphered. But no, for the record, nicknames in darts, I think, is a super fun
absolutely
element of it.
Especially if they're alliterative.
Yes.
Kind of fun, actually, was watching Lane Lysak play out there, and her button, it says the Blue Bonnet, which is something I gave her as a nickname. That's always fun.
All right. Much different in terms of the scores this time. But all these ladies away. Lisa looking like she's trying to set it straight.
Scott, your name is Scott Miller, all right? I don't know how to tell you this. It's not like it's Nick Teixeira, where you can just have Teixeira@gmail.com because you're the first person with his last name in the history of his last name to get a Gmail account.
I mean, my name's actually Dominic, not Nick, anyways. So that could be Scott for Scotty.
I mean, thanks for tuning in, Nick.
Happy to help.
Taylor Thaxton, 295 remains.
Luckily, I came to the table with a nickname, Paul. I have no idea what they would have tried to stick me with.
Something legendary for sure.
Yeah. No doubt. $2.99, a lot of work to get to a finish. That's a good start, though.
Not gonna be able to do so from here. 159, 162. None of those are finishes. I definitely don't hate the last start anyway. Going to the 19s. See, Mike just checked his watch. Wondering what's going on.
Lisa's starting to find that treble 19 with a little regularity. We see a big 7 mark there this time.
Yeah, great 133. But Reagan at 221 can be the first to leave a finish as the player in the 4th spot. That's always huge. Needs a switch. Didn't switch, and now it's on a bogey. Got to switch down to those 19s on dart 3. Especially when you have a duo of Taylor Thaxton and Lisa Yee coming up behind you, because Taylor is going to punish that. Great 125.
Yeah, still leaves her a single treble finish. Definitely not wanting the 5 on that last dart, but again, given options.
And let's point out exactly what Pickle is saying. We do love these ladies. As you can see, all 4 of them, their hot buttons have just their first and last name.
Huge fan.
Appreciate it.
Lisa to leave a finish. Gonna need at least a ton. Can't stay there. But I'm wrong.
Well, she could stay there. It just isn't ideal. And Scott, yeah, I got you, buddy. Yeah, Scotty Miller is playing next. A Wisconsin legend. Great last from Reagan. Leaves 90. And no freeze, though, for Taylor. She should start on the bull.
Yeah, she chooses to attack this.
I think that is a realization, maybe, after the first start. I'm not sure.
Yeah, I don't know what that is either. I mean, just frustration with missing the first dart. That's what I think it is, especially seeing the same reaction to the third dart. So 1, 2, 5. See some options here.
And this is for the match.
18s if she doesn't want to go bull. She does want to go bull.
Now 25 for bull. Come on, Murph. 5 bull. Yeah, Lisa's back there like 25
For the
bull.
fans.
Yes.
For the fans. One time.
Look at that zoom in on the bullseye for this shot.
Oh. It was online. And she didn't leave the putt short.
That is very true. Lisa. Oh, that's wonderful. I just don't know how you can play against Lisa Yee and ever want to beat her at darts. Stays down for the last. Still in no freeze positions. But it could be on here shortly, depending on what Reagan does.
Yeah, 58 or less. Will do the job.
Yep, does that with the last. And that was so quick in the way that she decided to do that. It's almost like she knew. And, yeah, that's 35 versus, or 75 versus 76. But, again, the 89 is what we're worried about here.
Yeah, Taylor needs to score 72 points. Does not want to leave this lingering the way she has.
I don't know the route here. I don't know the right decision.
Yep.
Bullseye maybe, but
48 is probably a bigger target. But yeah, I think there's a couple of more seconds to devise a plan there would be useful. But now double 15 for the match. The Luke Lidler.
I'm happy you said it. And the Luke Lidler goes. You know that double 15's fantastic.
Buries it.
And a bit of an upset there in that one as Reagan and company move on to the next round. But look at this. We got the men's top 4 match on the winner's side. Spellbound is going to be Alex Spellman and Mike Maloney. And they're taking on Robert White and Scotty Miller. And Robert's going first, which tells me a little bit about Robert's game versus Scotty going first. It's a lot of wrist. I like it. Alex Spellman. Woo. Well, welcome to the show, Alex. First time on stream this weekend for Alex and Mike. A bit of a surprise for both players as we played a couple of events. Here is Scotty Miller. Yeah, Wisconsinite. The legendary Wisconsinite at that. Maloney only 100.
Yeah, solid ton there.
Reminder, folks, we are live here all day long, bringing you that pro luck this evening, including the conclusion of this doubles for as many brackets as we can give you, depending on the timing-wise and how that works out, because we're not going to make them wait on us. But Spellman hasn't missed a triple 20 since we've had him on stream until that moment. Thanks a lot, Alex.
Back in there for another, though. So, pretty good lead here. Scotty Miller going to need a couple of trouble himself to leave a finish. There's the first.
Unfortunately, Alex Spellman will be kicked off your team.
I was noticing that. I sincerely do not.
Yeah,
like
that's
that.
not your thing. Yeah.
I do not like that.
What if he goes 180, 140 after doing so? Does that help?
Doesn't hurt. Doesn't hurt.
Mike goes 140. And the duo for Spellbound out in front, but it depends on what Robert does here. All right. Spellman 141. Well, we've seen him hit this.
Yeah, on much smaller targets.
On a much bigger stage. Because it was an actual stage, not,
It's on.
One time. The double 12 does go dead center for Alex Spellman. Well, easy peasy lemon squeezy. 1-0 lead for Spellbound. It looks like the ladies are going to be getting going. That is Casey Rader and I know her name too. It's Ramirez, but Minnie Ramirez, and they're taking on, of course, what? Oh, a different team. Queen's Quarters, which is going to be the Abby Spot Liz Tynan duo, and ooh, that's a decent combination.
That's a good one. And did I see they just took out the Canadians?
They did. As that was the team. Guess who? We guessed, and we got it right.
See, if they'd just put Guess Who A, I would have.
Guess who? EH. Yeah.
Yeah, I would have figured it out.
With a question mark.
Spellman back to the board after 1-4-1 finish.
Yeah, that first start was way low.
See what he thinks of that.
He goes back to his timeout chair. So, like, in that situation, as if you have a partner that starts sitting down, like, do you talk to them about it?
Well, it also depends. Like, I don't want to just say that, like, straight away.
100%.
Like, it's 1 o'clock in the morning. We're playing in a blind draw.
Yeah, for sure.
Have a seat. I mean, honestly, I don't feel like there's anything that you're going to have a conversation about now.
Well, 100%.
But I don't think that it would be understood that would not be a part of while we were playing.
Fair. I like it.
Like, before it even
Yeah,
happens.
100%.
You know what I mean?
Like, hey, don't sit down. I mean, I get it. That's a 180 from Scotty Miller. Yeah, Janelle saw Alex's first throw. By the way, Alex just took out a 141 in the first leg.
Yeah, with 5 out of 6 on the treble to set it up.
He yells at himself. Actually, a really smart decision, though, from Alex. The first 2 darts are low and on the exact same weight line as the double 18. So just to switch it on over the towards, is easier than finding the weight. Robert White I'm not as familiar with, but it's great to see him performing. He's shooting great.
Yeah, I mean, the one hole with Scotty Miller going second is that tips me off that the man can play.
Absolutely. Well, that was sparkly. Nice little high ton there from Mike Maloney. And then he looks right at Alex and says, "Don't freeze me."
It may not be up to Alex at this point.
180 will do it. Oh, it was almost Miller time.
Yeah, I mean, a 180 here from Spellman, and you're at 285. I mean, it makes it a little bit more difficult, but every time he doesn't hit anything more than that, and you see the fake muscles come out. Maloney gonna ring the bell behind him. The hat over the face.
He is ashamed. I think I'm seeing a little powder coming off the darts from Robert. Tells me actually just how much of an old school player that he is.
You got one of those rosin bags.
Mike wasn't super happy on the last drive. He was just trying to go low.
Well, yeah, he was trying to set up the 4.
Which is what you should do every time if you're playing a doubles freeze rule. You don't need to set up 2. Unless you're trying to ensure the freeze of the opponent. But you will not freeze your partner if you leave 4. And of course. Oh. He went quick on that last dart.
He did. I think he was just happy to find the trebles again.
Mm-hmm.
The setup shot here for Robert. The freeze already in place.
Oh. And he knows his partner. And he thinks Scotty's going to take out that tops. And one of these is not like the other. When I saw him looking up, I was like, is he just going to take it out? That's a Kenny Doyle move.
I heard that. I didn't know that was a thing, but that is that's pretty epic. For those that don't know, Nick Teixeira played with Kenny Doyle in league, and if he froze him, he would just hit the out. And
He would
lose the leg.
He would just punish the team.
Funnily enough, it was never the other way around.
And that's how you learn how to play great darts, is you just have a partner that you're either going to play great or else we're going to lose every leg.
I will say, when I first joined the league with Kenny, I was a 2-8. After 1 year playing league with him, I ended as a 3-8. So it did work. It made me better.
Because high expectations lead to high results.
Spanking works. That's what I heard.
That was Gordon, for anyone that's going to tag me in a post later and say that I said something. I need you guys to know. Sorry, that happened last night.
Different couch.
Nope, it was about the pizza. Alex he almost is just fine if he's in. The scoring has not been a problem.
Yeah, body language from Spellman is not what we're used to. He's usually pretty stoic. Looks like he's there to do a job. He's definitely give us a little bit more of a
persona character.
Understanding of where he where he is right now.
He'll be the first. He's struggling with the start game, and it's a frustration for him. So, and at a certain point, Gordon, you get so frustrated with your throw and everything like that. You're just like, I might as well just have fun. Otherwise, why am I here? Like, maybe that's the difference. Like, maybe I just need to loosen up a little bit.
Look at this.
It's just surprising it wasn't a 180.
Yeah, it's clearly some type of a block, especially with the start. And I know how analytical Alex is, so that stuff can wear on you. That with that kind of mind.
Yeah, if you have an hour, you can go ask him what's going on with this throw. You'll analyze that down to the millimeter. In a really, really brilliantly smart way, by the way. He'll know what he's doing wrong. He'll just be frustrated with the fact that he can't undo it.
Yeah, can't. Yeah, whatever it is, it's not fixing, or it's not being fixed. I mean, here's the question, though. I mean, why isn't every dart at a double?
Well, because it's Spellman, it's not Maloney.
If you don't miss them, that would be the logical switch, right?
I feel like for Mike, he doesn't travel and play steel tip very much, but with how much he loves doubles, you would think that would be a perfect game for him.
Well, yeah, just 0-1 in general.
A Maloney double is just a winning leg. And then none of us are going to make fun of it, ever. Or say that's the wrong shot. We'll make fun of it. But say it's the wrong shot or anything like that. Scotty not going to leave a finish.
Setup shot here for Maloney. Does need 2 trebles. Can still do it. Not happening for him right now.
And Robert now the chance to leave the first look at a finish. And this would put them in the driver's seat.
Yeah, tough format because, I mean, even if White and Miller are able to pull this off, Mike Maloney will step right back up there for the start. And I just hate to see the counting from people that are so proficient at hitting finishes and hitting trebles. Down for 24. Doesn't happen. But there's enough parity in this leg that could be back. Will be back. Robert cannot take it out.
No, he can't.
It's just a matter of what does Mike do on his shot. You think he's going to be safe, but a big shot here from Scotty. Could set up a freeze.
You see the ladies are getting ready to get started here.
Ladies.
That top 4, Liz Tynan, Abby Spot taking on Casey Rader. And Minnie Ramirez.
A 1-6-7. Would freeze. Not going to happen.
Nope.
1-6-7 in that spot would have been epic.
That would have been crazy because you have to go double bull there to get that.
Yeah.
And he would have had to shoot at it.
Yeah. He'd have to switch after the treble 20.
It's only going to be 1 dart. Ugh, it's going to be at tops. Yeah, it just was such a bad second dart. I think he's going for the treble there, right? Because it's a happy little accident one way or the other.
Yeah, that was well,
freeze.
You know he doesn't have confidence in that double 20, or at least he hasn't.
All Scotty can do is leave 2. The 124 is below the 134 of Robert, which is actually great that Spellman went inside. It's on.
Double 17, double bull.
He went, but he didn't hit it.
Yeah, no freeze. Rid of the teeth. Now it looks like White and Miller are going to need White to finish one of these big guys in order to take this out. It is on.
Oh.
It is still on.
Big dart from Robert White to steal the leg. And Whitey and Miller time are up 2-1. And Mike Maloney saying, of course, it's happening against me. As, wow, upset is on.
He's the one hole in a team that's in the top 4.
That doesn't matter to Mike.
I just don't understand that.
And you can rut-row. Jeremiah goes, he has to go for the freeze here. Or not. But it is why he went the interesting route of leaving the double 7.
He hit the finish. I don't believe that. He hit the finish. And the first dart was good.
Yeah.
That makes the most sense to me. And this is just a plethora of errors from Spellbound.
When do you switch your starting number? Like, I get it, but when do you switch on it?
That's a great question. I am a stubborn dart player, just like these guys, so I'm probably not the right one to ask. Now, I was never one to go for the 20, to be honest, just because there you only have one way to miss, and it's up and down pretty much.
Yep.
So I was always an 18 or 32 guy for the fact that there's some different ways that you can miss and still get in. But yeah, no, I would not be one to ask. It can seem like it makes sense when you're watching somebody struggle on just switch targets. Yes, but I also understand the mindset of that not coming into your head.
Well, big 180 there from Robert White, who is just in fuego after taking out that big finish in the last leg. And this is looking closer and closer to upset alert and potential.
Well, and for not being familiar with Robert White prior to this, I am sincerely impressed.
Yep.
Just leg on leg, shot on shot. Very, very consistent and in some really, really big spots. I would also agree with that that sentiment Benny puts in there. If they don't switch, they have nothing to complain about.
Sorry about that. I was having a coughing fit for some reason or another.
Poor health, I think is probably it.
Amen. Amen.
Not necessarily yours.
Jeremiah, I hate to actually correct you here, but you're wrong. There's 3 doubles that will allow a 9-darter. But the last one's stupid. 20s to 17s. The double bull also does.
There's something we haven't seen yet. Who's starting on the double bull?
Oh, what's the gentleman's name from Sweden? Is it Sweden? The big giant beard. He always leaves 150 on the 9-darter and tries to go the bullseye route to see if he can take it out.
You're not talking about Whitlock.
No. He's Australian. Mike is wondering what's going on here.
Yeah, switches target, doesn't find it.
His first name's Harry, which makes sense. With a beard. Jeremiah goes, thank you. I had never in my mind thought of that. Yeah, it's dumb. Listen, guys, I'm just saying. Fact's a fact. This is a little bit of a shocker here. Not that. That's not. It's still the 180 left, or give him a 32 average. That's what the shocker is. The best player in this match has been Robert White. I'll say it.
Oh, hands down. Or literally, I mean, even the one leg that they won, Spellbound, I would say White was probably the most consistent. So, 180.
Yep.
87 still doesn't freeze.
It's a problem.
That 36 is going to get a shot. And I think they just
Yep.
I think they just did the math as well.
And he's going to go ahead and make sure that it's 193 versus and the 192. He does. 1 point from freezing. Well, 2 points from freezing.
Yep. And 3 clear. Send him to the losers bracket.
And that's easily done. Great darts. Was that a 10-darter or was it a 13-darter?
Good question.
13. 13. Yeah, I can see the average up there. But big upset, right?
Yeah, no, on paper, stepping into, especially in a quarterfinal, like in the first round, I mean, the margin probably gets a little bit closer, but yeah, expect to see that team around, especially if Mr. White continues that run of form. Absolutely incredible. Flipping over to the ladies.
And Liz Tynan, Nabby spot. Definitely going to be the team, the duo that you're going to know. Casey Rader is a heck of a shot. Liz is too good. Casey Rader, a heck of a shot from Wisconsin. Playing with Mini Ramirez. Both of them are sponsored by EVLA, which is part of their playing together.
I'm unfamiliar with EVLA.
It's a newer team out of Wisconsin that's been popping up, especially those Doug Sports Pub players. Is kind of like their first initial wave with Doug Barry, Casey Rader, and a few others. So new team trying to get on the map.
Well, they got a couple ladies in the AA Pro. Or is this single A?
That's a AA Pro.
Oh, you wrinkled your face. I thought we were maybe following another ladies bracket.
Nope, it's going to be Whitey and Miller time. King seat against George Daniels and Jason Watt. And that is a great front court combination in a basketball game.
Yes. I I looked up to them as I spoke to them this morning. Watt complaining that George was going to go on a vacation and skip a tournament that they could play together. Liz, double 12.
It's not done yet in this leg, but Casey cannot do anything with the 150 left. Mini back on 243. So this is the top 4 side of the ladies AA. Winner of this one will be in the queen seat match where they will take on either McBud or Sister Wives.
McBud currently leading. We saw them earlier on our screens, Meredith McGee and Reagan Budden.
And I'm just going to go ahead and call it another. I know it's a fine line for you. But another great nickname for a team is going to be the Utah team, sister wives of Jillian Phillips and Jess Melton.
Again,
fair?
Yeah, no. Good name. Put it on a T-shirt.
Yep.
Get it off my bracket.
All right, Casey going to step up here in leg number 2. Queen's quarters take out the first one. In on the first dart. Really great throw from Casey, and good start. 91 scored.
Steely-eyed concentration there. Casey very centered in.
And Liz does get in. That's the important part here. 52 scored. The team of Liz and Abby, that's their first job. The power scoring is going to be there for sure. Meanie's in it as well. I like the switch to the 19s. And another great start.
Yeah, finds a treble. Abby able to finish in the first leg. She's away as well.
And she's going to be running away. Great opening from Abby's spot. Perfection from her. Mike's sad dogging it down there as Casey steps up. Interesting that she follows through like just the 2 fingers and the thumb, which actually I wish I could do because I like have to open up my entire hand to release a dart for some reason. Like you kind of do the 2-finger thing too. I feel like that just keeps the rest of it out of the way.
Solid shot there. Yeah, I always get a little gitchy like telling people how to hold darts. But I do think the fewer fingers that you have on there, again, you're just reducing variables.
Do you agree that the worst, probably one of the worst advice, or the worst advice that is common to give players when they first start playing is to hold it like a pencil? I hate that advice personally.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think that's great advice, but I mean, I've definitely heard worse when starting. Because honestly, what I do, or what I tell people to do, is just walk up to the board and throw a dart, and like however it falls into your hand, like naturally, that's probably close to what you should do. Other than that, like I'm not like I remember videos where old PDC #1 Colin Lloyd would tell people that your thumb had to be underneath the barrel to follow through appropriately, and I don't think that's close to right either. I've seen some crazy handholds work out for people. If you can get all of them out of the way as the flight passes by, then cheers to you.
And again, this one's a little bit closer in the score so far, but the problem is that the Tynan and Spot duo have already kind of flipped the start here. And for as steely-eyed as Casey is, as she steps up to the line, she's also very not that way when she's away from it.
No, and honestly, I can appreciate that because like concentration is a finite resource. So if you're just back there gooning the dartboard the entire time, without taking a break, that's gonna wear you out a heck of a lot faster.
Andres Harrison was his name, the guy I was talking about earlier with the bullseyes. Thanks, Joe. I appreciate that. That was a good call back to 10 minutes ago.
I'm not familiar, by the way.
Really?
Yeah.
Oh, Modus all the time. But unlucky there. The 43 scored. Tripping the wrong side of it. And I do have to point out that the laugh was because you could see Gordon trying to determine what word was best for like the angry look. And he was almost like just doing it back here to try and come up with the answer. It was great. Here is Meanie. They have some work to do now.
Yeah, the gap continues to widen here between these two teams. Parity is always going to be the advantage of the team going first, and that parity is slowly disappearing with Queen's Quarters probably going to be the first to a finish.
Ooh, and Abby does not leave a finish there. If Casey hits a 180, she's on a checkout. No, Joe, I appreciate that. No, really, I do. When she keeps her head still, and the rest, she hits triples all day long. You can see, I don't know if it's after she releases it, she just knows it's offline. But you see like just a little bit movement from her that you did not see in those last two. But great recovery shots. Liz steps up. Leaves a finish.
Only needs one treble if she can stay straight to get to a finish here. Still the case. Great next. Dart.
Great darts. Huge round from Meanie.
Yeah, important follow after the poor first.
Let's see what type of pressure Abby can put on. And it's not just putting it on Meanie either. That's pressure that you also put on Casey.
Excellent setup shot. Yeah, Casey needs to come up big here, or Liz, even if she doesn't take it out, is going to have an opportunity to freeze.
Looking up. Great first. She should throw her second or her first dart like she does her second and third darts. Great darts from Casey. 87 scored.
So now Liz can take it out or get to 79.
She does stay straight and does get below that 79 mark. So Meanie is frozen on the 124. The 120 from Casey is higher than the score of Liz and Abby at 104. Great last.
Yeah, and another good find.
But you gotta really dodge this tops from Abby.
Yeah, Abby, the one to take out the finish in the first leg. Shake of the head.
Yeah, and the double 10 does go in for Abby's spot. 2-0 victory over Casey and Meanie. But they just go to the loser side. And queen seat spot achieved. No pun intended for Spot and Tynan.
Yeah, the name quite fitting for where they find themselves in this bracket.
And Gordon, we're going to have the king seat match for the Pros AA coming up next. It's George Daniels and Jason Watt taking on Robert White and Scotty Miller. Don't go anywhere, folks. We'll be right back with more action right after this. We are back for the king seat match here of the men's AA Pro Doubles. I'm Sean Green, joined by Gordon Dixon, live here at the 39th annual BullShooter WCC finale in Chicago. And Gordon, we have Robert White and Scotty Miller, very impressive against Alex Spellman and Mike Maloney in the last match. They're taking on Lights Out George Daniels, who is playing for Team USA, and a gentleman who made the final of the Top Gun last night, and Jason Watt.
Yeah, and you see how much faith Jason Watt has in George Daniels as he's playing second fiddle to him here. You never know if that's changed over the course of the day, but George, a very competent player. Scotty Miller and Robert White, as you mentioned, just overcoming the really on-paper favorites, or one of the on-paper favorites to start the day. But the standout player, Robert White, as we see Scotty Miller open it up with a big 160.
It's right Miller time.
To it.
Yep. All right. Here is George. And I believe we've now seen all 4 members of Team USA play this weekend on stream. George was, I think, the last one to play. But, man, you want to talk about it, just a smooth, simple throw.
Oh, yeah. Well, and he's a big boy.
Yeah.
So, I mean, he's throwing down at the treble 20, which is always handy.
It's one thing I like about darts, right? Because Robert and Scotty, I don't care how good they are at shooting, are screwed in basketball if they're playing against these two. And that's just genetics. So it's nice to have a game that does not really favor one way or the other, even though Jason Watt can lean forward and just stick the dart in the dartboard.
Scotty coming off the perfect start. Does miss a dart, but still running down the board in the 4-hole here.
You can see that second dart when he reacted to it. It was because he really wanted to stay perfect. You get a shot at the 9. Because he does not. He's a very stoic player as well. And again, for those that are watching at home and not seen Robert play earlier, do not look past him as the 4th best player, because I honestly am going to argue that he is not the 4th best player out of these 4. On paper, he might be the most unknown, but he shot extremely well in that last match.
No, I'm keeping a list. Camille from Poland.
Yep.
Robert White and Madeline Lewis are my top 3. I wasn't as familiar with coming into the weekend thus far, and that always happens. These big events always have people shining.
And another great 140 from Scotty. After 9 darts, he's sitting on 80. George going to get down to a finish as well. And that's going to put some pressure on the 80. But we have a freeze rule that's in play that may or may not go one way or the other. Robert's going to get the first crack to potential freeze of George.
Yeah, important shot there. Yeah, 180 will only get him to 118, so no freeze. So Scotty Miller is going to get a shot at this 80. And depending on how big this shot is, Scotty may not even need to take it out. Jason Watt's got a lot of work to do here.
does get below the freeze.
Well,
so far.
I was going to say the
Yep.
good news is 17 is the good news for Daniels and Watt is a miss inside to leave 20 will not freeze.
Yeah, actually, I'm going to argue something really stupid here, Gordon. I actually like the 16s route on 80 when that's the option. Because you've hit the trip 16, now you're at 32. So if you do go inside, you do freeze automatically.
Well, this freeze rule and some of the variations, I'll be the first to admit, all of the ways to kind of think through those. I'm not 100%. I don't disagree with you in that particular case. I think the misses are also advantageous in that setup. But all of that said, Scotty Miller knew exactly what he needed to do. He got the freeze. George can't take it out. We've seen Robert finish from far out previously.
Thinking through it. Yep.
But
could have gone for it.
But why?
Oh, he wants Scotty to take it out.
And that's why I didn't believe.
Yeah, that's fair.
I didn't believe you the last time. The man is just a triple machine, and most importantly, a triple 20 machine.
Yes. but why? Again, he's like, Scotty, you do the work. I'm just here to look nice.
I mean, it's a clean shot. Double two. Here we go. Scotty Miller for the first leg.
And there it is. He knew it. He's like, I'm just gonna go ahead and set this up for my partner. And I guess it's better to have that type of a scenario play out for you than something way different, where it cost you a leg.
Well, and that's why that's scary, because I don't think that was situational. I think that was just what came up. I'm going to score 2 triple 20s now. Bang, bang.
Right. He's like, oh, yeah, now what do I do with 21 left?
Because if he did that and the next person could take it out, I don't know, or Robert hasn't shown me that he knows that that's a different scenario. But we're talking hypotheticals. They're putting legs on the board.
They are. It's 1-0. Whitey and Miller time. And the big guy get himself a 108 start.
Heard that clap all the way back here.
Well, those are some mighty hands.
And he's going to try to get in here. Second dart. And a big triple.
Great darts here from George.
Yeah, George did find a 1080 late in that leg. In that first leg. Was not able to take a shot.
Little 1-2-3 action never hurt anybody. And just how annoyed he was for not hitting the 180 after the first two.
Robert showing he can move around the board too.
You know, it's a fun thing to try to do. Interview George Daniels. You ever tried to do that?
I know George. He's a man of few words.
Yeah, I love George to death. And when he doesn't have a camera in front of him and a microphone, he'll have a full-blown conversation with you. But as soon as you do that, he's like, yep. All right, George. Played pretty well. You want to talk about that? It was fun. All right, enough for George Daniels. Back to the match.
Yeah, you're not digging too deep on camera with George.
Absolute teddy bear. Man, a few words.
Right back in that treble. You see again, frustrated, not able to find all three, but doing his job in the one hole to try to tie this match up.
Robert's going to leave that first look at a finish. Of course he is. This Wisconsinite team, I'm telling you what.
That's what Robert White does.
It is.
Now it's going to be at double 17. but he's going to get a shot.
Well, he doesn't miss triple 20s. Why would he move off of there? This is soft tip, Gordon. You know those doubles are way bigger.
Let's see what Scotty does here. Just trying to bring it down. Checking the scores there. Probably nothing hurt. Well, certainly for this turn, he's going to get a shot at the 154 regardless. How far can George bring it down, though? Not enough. He's going to wave that one off.
Unfortunately, he has to keep it. Not like when I'm playing the Dark Neck bot. I have a bad turn, I can just be like, those starts didn't happen. But no troubles hit.
I mean, I can't think of another shot where that's the case. Now, I haven't obviously been putting tallies down for Robert White, but he consistently hits at least a big triple a turn. Jason Watt taking the lead for his side of the board, the 1-2-5. And again, important shot from Scotty. Not want to be the reason his partner cannot get a shot.
Ooh. Scotty with a little leg kick there. So, got to get under 33.
Yeah, needs to get under 33. Not really a clear way to get there. I mean, if he can get to the double 20 and miss inside.
Yeah, it's trip 19 tops all day, every day, unless it's George.
Yeah, I don't hate starting on the 20, but surprised he didn't find at least one. And in walks Robert White. Oh, we have to back it up here.
You don't give him any extra help.
See what he does with a clean slate on 94.
Like double here. He does not. A little double 19. Kind of a newer age shot there. 76.
Maybe 48
in
this spot. Trying to bring it down. Try to go 54. I mean, it's not crazy in this setup. People do not quite understand the 2 versus 4 debate.
And that's okay. Because honestly, if you happen to not leave 2 and you don't freeze them by 1 point, then you really should have left 2.
Oh, the shot is on here, though. 13 for tops.
Tie it up.
There it is.
Gives the little.
Yeah, punch in the fist. Yep. I like it.
1-1 score line. Daniels Watt. Whitey and Miller time. Race to 3 here in the king seat match of the Pro Double A doubles. Double in, double out, split bowl. If you're an overseas viewer, Grand Prix format. If you're a soft tip player, double in, double out, split bowl. Right? George trying to get in. Great start. Scotty.
Oh.
Hopped on dart 3 a little bit, and I think he noticed that. Here is Mr. Jason Watt. Again, everybody, can't tell you how much we love you joining us here. Got to hit that like button, hit that share button. Tag a friend. What are they doing on a Saturday afternoon? It's after lunchtime. Settle and watch some darts.
Absolutely. I got 2 feeds going.
It's just how much he loves the game or hates my voice.
The sound's turned off on the other one.
Robert chalked up there before that last throw.
He did. You saw the puff. Because it's off camera, I just picture him over there like LeBron.
Throwing it up in the air.
Yeah.
I really hope he does have like the powder. Who was it that used to jump up and like hang on the rim like at the start of games? Like and like do like a pull up?
Oh, I'm not as.
But
yeah.
that you know, go up to the dartboard. Just don't touch it that much.
You change the whole culture. You start putting like dip bars on that come out from the front of the dartboards.
I'm gonna be honest, I don't think those are gonna be used too much.
No. It's probably not the multi-use that you really want out of a dartboard.
What? 369 left here with the 43 scored. A little voice crack from me there, Gordon.
I do. I'm picturing in my head like a rack of weights down the back of the dartboard now. So you can, and a bench coming out of the front, detachable, of course.
And of course, the weights are shaped like darts.
Yeah,
with different weights.
Absolutely.
You just practice the throw. Do you get fatigue at dart tournaments? Well, the new G4 hardcore dartboard.
G4 multi-rack.
Brought to you by BullShooter.
That's why they keep us around.
We're ideas, man.
We're idea guys. Yeah, that's exactly right.
The nonsense that we spew on camera, they never watch, but thankfully. So they're never actually going to get that idea. They don't let us actually talk to the people that are in charge. Those are an unlucky 3.
Yeah, Jason expected more out of that. And Robert White's starting to cool off a little bit here.
But a big round here will freeze the 1-2-4 look. And of course, he's going to do that. No idea. And the last one, that's a 180 from Robert White. Wow. 261.
See, he could just sense. He's like, I think they're losing faith in me. Fill it up.
Yep.
George with the Shanghai. Leave 4.
This would be an actual Shanghai for the leg. Meaning that you would kidnap it.
Down to the 57.
Yep.
What a shot.
Beautiful setup.
Scotty Miller setting it up from 160. Jason Watt, 180, 132. Still not liking the odds of George getting a shot at it. It's not even going to be a maximum.
He goes boom with the board sound.
Throws his hands up. Robert White for another leg on the board. Still options. Brought it all the way down to 18. Perfect. Partner's going to get a whack at 40. George is going to saunter up and push off. Scotty gives him the fist bump on how well he pushed the button. Oh, and he comes inside, but it's going to be a while. This is probably a leg that has to be won by Jason Watt.
I don't care how tall he is. 172 can't go in 3 darts.
Now, as I say that, he can put some pressure on the 18.
He can freeze.
Yep. Gonna start with a couple of treble 20s.
Whew.
What a shot.
Now he cannot freeze. And he also couldn't. He could have gotten rid of the freeze if there's a bust, though. He would have gone the treble 20, would have left 37 and with the opponents on 38. And if he busts here,
Double 4.
which he does, that is a huge mistake from Jason Watt to not shoot at the 20s and leave the odd number. Because George can't take out 4 now.
Yeah, I understand the knee-jerk 57 on 97. But again, in this scenario, lower would have gotten where he needed to be. But Scotty Miller steps up, max double 10, take a 2-1 lead. He lights out George Daniels, get us started in the next one.
And let's call this what this is, right? If you're sitting here and you're watching this AA pro bracket, and you're looking for who's going to win that king seat, I guarantee you not in the top 5 is going to be Robert White and Scotty Miller out of the bracket that's there. So as great as Scotty Miller is, the unknown of Robert White to start off with probably would have caused us that to happen. So this would be a heck of a run to the king seat here in this bracket by these two guys.
Robert right back into it.
Double in, double out, split bowl, race to 3. George did not get in.
Yeah, this format, we've said it multiple times, is set up for deciding legs. Loser goes first. Breaks aren't breaks. It's a tough format to excel in because a decent leg now from Daniels and Watt as the 1 hole, and we're tied up and going to a decider, which I do think White and Miller have been the better duo.
I agree. They've been by far the more consistent. It's like a little miniature LeBron on the top of his darts every time it goes on the board.
A puff of smoke.
Greatness in every dart. Ton there from Watt. Those were 2 different measurements at the same time.
Just low on the third. So kind of an opening here after George not getting in. Needs to find a trouble. He needed 2 troubles. Only going to get 1. So the MVP of the events thus far steps up. On one good turn deserves another. Rescues the shot with a final treble. Watt has to be looking down. Yeah, 7 19s. We'll leave him the big fish. 9 19s. Even better.
I left the 1-3-2.
Minimum found.
One question I've not asked him before is if he likes to go fishing. Sure, he would love to here. Nice 140 there from Scotty.
Yeah, screw bear hunting. He looks like a bear wrestler.
He does have the body type that Dr. Frankenstein would be looking for.
Solid ton from George, but you see what George thinks of that. How much pressure can Robert put on Jason Watt? Not that it's an easy shot to begin with. Ooh, a little slip here.
Major slip now.
Yeah, does not leave a finish. There's where that counting can get you in trouble. Needed to switch to at least give himself an outside chance. He's proven he can hit the triples. He's proven that he can hit the doubles. Got to be in a good position to put them together.
This is on. This is off.
I was going to say, Watt did 110 in 3 darts. He's going to have to do it in 2. Or he would have had to do it in 2 there. And this needs to be a big shot just to keep him within touching distance so that isn't a bunch of freeze opportunities here. Or creates him freeze opportunities themselves.
And only 81 from Scotty. George most likely going to get this down to a reasonable checkout. Most likely.
Yep.
Gorgeous. Gorgeous George. With a great, great setup play.
Well, and again, in this one, you go 57 instead of
Yeah, I do, because again, the Scotty and Robert don't matter, right, with where they are at this. So now you can just chalk it up. Now you do not need to go the 20 bullseye route. Because everything's safe on the freeze already. But he is going to. And he hits it. Pops the balloon. And it's a 2-2 scoreline. So we go to a last leg decider.
Here we go. All-important cork coming in.
And we are going to have the queen seat. Queen's quarters and McBud coming up next. Hit that like button, hit that share button.
Don't know where. One hole out. You see George not allowed to pull it.
Yep.
Can only pull center bull. Oh. It took for the dart to stop wiggling before I realized where it actually was.
Yeah.
So Bobby White.
Yep.
I don't know if Bobby goes by Bobby.
Probably not.
But Bobby White winning the big cork.
He does now. I know he goes by Whitey, but I kind of like Heisenberg as a nickname here.
but he doesn't get the start. Look at this. Big opportunity. This is where Daniels and Watt can really step in.
That experience.
Well, I almost.
Well, the experience is there for both.
I was just going to say I wasn't going to say that just because I don't know what White's experience is. I know this man has a lot of experience.
Yeah, this man's gonna be solid. Yeah, when we just talked about experience, that is the experience right there, Scotty Miller. Famous call. Better than most. It works for Scotty Miller. Nathan, that was glad you understood the reference there. So
say my name.
So the Queen Seat match is going to feature Queen's Quarters. That's Abby Spott and Liz Tynan taking on McBud, which is Meredith McGee and Reagan Budin.
$140, still upset.
Yep.
But George in the one hole here. Finally, not that I was rooting for it, but finally a little bit of a poor leg from Bob in a really important situation. After the cork, I thought we were going to see him run down the board the way we have in pretty much every other leg. Yeah, good last, but again, not what Jason Watt would have looked for, because Scotty Miller would be trying to finish this in 6.
He's dragging it a little bit low. Oh. Then when he gets it up a little bit, it's into the 5s. So lights out. Trying to cement that king seat spot and not put the lights out for Robert White and Scotty Miller, but it will take them to the loser side. Does leave a finish. Watt does have an opportunity at the immaculate 6. 180, 170.
Down for 24. Just a bit outside. You said it, 180 does leave the biggest finish available in this format. It's not going to happen. Now Robert White needs to make sure that he brings this down.
It needs about a 140 just to keep it safe. That's not going to. They're at 290 or 391.
Yeah, I think 74. 74 or finish it.
Yeah, just take it out, George.
Everybody knows 141. It's on.
Trip 19, trip 15. Double 12. Come on, George. As he gets the job done. 3-2 to put the lights out on this match for George Daniels. As they are your king seat holders. Another great run here from Jason Watt, who is continuing to show up and show out in these events. But coming up next is a doozy of a queen seat match. Liz Tynan and Abby Spott taking on Reagan Budin and Meredith McGee. That action coming your way right after this.
Welcome back. We are at the BullShooter here in Chicago, getting ready to watch the Queens play in the Queens match. The Queen's seat match?
We just go with Hill match here.
Hill match.
We just go with Hill match.
Mick Budd taking on Queens quarters. We see Murph here getting us started, throwing in the throwback shirt. Way back on Thursday, had an ancient BullShooter shirt on. Said she wasn't even allowed to tell me who gave it to her.
Oh, man.
Back in 1927 when it was given to her.
Like when the dartboards first came around. There we go. It should be a quality affair. The finest of finest matches. As we'll go with the Queens match.
Yeah, the ladies not always delineated by a bunch of different divisions. Out here in Chicago, we've got AA and the Open for the ladies. So here we are watching the top group of women.
And just looking at overall numbers, too. I mean, pretty impressive fields here on to have those brackets the way they are. I mean, usually it's usually 4-1, you know, on the male to female front. And we're kind of seeing that get closer to 3-1, sometimes even half. So, I mean, that's superb.
Well, I will say I've always thought that Arachnid did a really good job of driving women's participation, sending out the free entry fee for each of the regionals and stuff like that. That gets more people invited and qualified to come out here.
That's massive that you said that. You know, I'm always a big advocate for if you have a big tournament in your local town, you know, the association on hand. They need to give a little benefit to those league players. Say, give them a free entry, force them to come out and participate. Because when you get to that bigger level, maybe you start to see those numbers kind of decrease, and that's when your top level shots come in and take it all.
Yeah, that's certainly part of the trade-off, trying to find a happy medium where you want the quality and you want the bigger shooters, but you also want to reward maybe everybody that's played into building the community to have a tournament in that area.
Mm-hmm.
You see the reaction there from Reagan as she hits 26 the rough way.
Spot coming in. Just looking to keep padding here. That's a big triple. Look at that smile. Goodness gracious. Just Meredith McGee, everyone.
I believe first time we saw her, it was 3 compression sleeves on that wrist.
She has a few. I think she had to add one after the TOC debacle last year, where she tried to fake a trip and fall and literally tripped, fell, and hurt herself.
Oh, no.
I was like, no, come on. Don't do that.
There's still a floating bone in her wrist. It's never gotten repaired. She says she has no intention of getting through that surgery, so she just has 3 compression gloves.
Wow. Wow.
Okay.
Yeah, Liz Tynan, your Booyah Cup champion, brushes that off.
Good 2 triple find after the poor first. So 2 triple ones on her first trip up there. 2 trip 20s her second.
Yeah, two triple turn is going to be the ideal shot here. You can pull up at least one, great.
Well, Abby, the last time on our feed, finding both doubles for her team. So interesting to see that she's stuck in that 2 spot. Again, we never know what happens away from the from the stream, but
You never know what the agreement was going into this. It could have been hey, you do this one, I'll do that one. Although most of the time that's not your best thought process to go for. You need to kind of stick with the all right, you're gonna go first, I'm gonna go second every time, or I'm gonna diddle, that kind of thing. You got the diddles, I got this. All right. Spot well out in front. Would love a little helpful hand from Liz here.
yeah,
There you go.
the biggest problem, Murph and Reagan not doing enough to really pressure Liz for perhaps a freeze. So
Exactly. She's right there with him. So, I mean, as long as that's going to happen, Abby's going to get the look and should get a couple.
yeah, and again, from what we've seen, not Gitchy on the doubles. So
Just a reminder of who's left in this field. We got Taylor Thaxton, Lisa Yee, then Raider Ramirez. That's a 1-0 scoreline to Thaxton Yee. And over on the bottom half of that 5th, 6th position is Time for Fun and Sister Wives. So that's who we've got remaining in this bracket.
hashtag put it on a shirt.
I like it because I've got the same thought process you do on that one. Clean it up so viewers at home know exactly what's going on.
Mike Maloney and Spellman are out. Let's go, defeating them in the 5th, 6th match.
2-0 as well. That's a kind of an eye-opener. That Let's Go team making a good charge on this back half.
And Chris Lim and Gates out as well, 2-1. Same round on the bottom side.
Losing to Sean Kafflish and his partner, who's that? Dustin Larson. That's kind of an unknown for me. I haven't heard that name much.
I believe he was in last year's Invitational Shootout field, but other than that, I don't know too much.
Yeah. It's just a name I'm not familiar with.
Well, a couple more W's and they'll be gracing our screen here.
I think so. Tough matches, but you never know.
Well, yeah, that's always the craziness at these big events, especially when you looked at the Top Gun and it's single elimination. Like literally half of these people are going to be gone.
That's
after the first round.
Half of everybody's out in the first round in that format. Winner for Abby Spot. Just as we mentioned, as long as that trend of the player 1, player 3 scoreline continues the way it was, yeah, Abby's going to get that look, and she took it out pretty quick.
And the ladies playing a little bit shorter format, so Meredith and Reagan already up against it here. Must-win leg. Now they do have the comfort of knowing this is not going to put them out. But Meredith needs to get away here. Comes inside with all 3.
Yeah, that's difficult. You've got to minimize those throughout the duration of the tournament for you to potentially grab the title at the end of the day. See Liz going in, second dart.
Yeah, not able to find the big treble, but after the missed opening from Murph, she'll take it.
Paul Rogers, how's it going? Thanks for joining us. Everybody else as well. We see you out there. Welcome to our coverage of the 39th annual Chicago World Finals here for BullShooter. The 39th tour, man. That is just absolutely crazy. Next year, that big 40th. Lots of regionals going to be coming your way for that one. Wait for our announcement.
Well, we talk about the 40th coming up. It's also Arachnid's 50th anniversary this year, so crazy to see that. 1975, the first electronic soft tip board entered the world and changed the landscape of darts forever in North America.
I would say so. Definitely changed the landscape.
Well, and it's great to see just how regional some of these things are. whether it's the format, whether it's the type of board. All of those things play into our overarching darting communities. We see Shanghai from Murph there.
That's a way. That's a good way to kind of counter that first round for you. Come up with a big one there. Kind of keep yourself in line with that score for Liz and Abby potentially.
Yeah, no, it was giant because even Abby still kind of lingering back. So barring a 180 from Abby, they'll be back to parity. I don't know much about Reagan. But
I was just thinking the same thing.
she throws a little quick for me. I think she would do well to slow down just a bit.
And just a couple inconsistencies, but you can see that it's there. It's definitely there. But she must be quality if she's playing with Murph.
And if there's somebody that can teach her a little patience, Murph will not be rushed. I appreciate that. She's gonna get set, know her shot.
She stays true to her rhythm the whole time. You know, she's a technical shooter. She's not gonna go up there and rush the gun and mess things up. She'll make sure she's ready before she gives that dart a chuck.
Liz with a couple big trebles there.
That makes it easier on the next turn. You know, you're kind of thinking already 59. That's kind of what your mindset needs to be, because then that's 167 to leave you a look. Now, of course, you want more than that, but
sure,
in this split format, you have to be thinking those checkout numbers.
You want to shout out J. Rod Henry, who is live streaming this match. Appreciate that. I commented, "Hey, we already got this one covered," and he's still going.
Oh, it's an attempt.
Maybe a like and a share. How about a like and a share? Set up shot now for Meredith.
Oh, okay. Paul says Reagan dates Jared. Didn't know that one.
Needs at least one big trouble.
Hey, gotta find it here to leave the check. Won't do it.
Liz and Abby taking the first leg. These ladies only playing best 2 out of 3. So if they are able to win this one, they will hold the queen seat.
It's good. Good solid 85 from Liz. Set up the 141. Reagan needs to find a good one here. Keeps her in the mix.
Yeah, solid ton. It also helps. I mean, if you can start hitting a big triple a turn, that just that helps the confidence for the next time you're at the board. Reagan struggling a little bit here. Abby finds a big treble. But really, that puts Liz in a really good position.
Taylor Thaxton, Lisa Yee do come out on top in their 5th-6 matchup. So they will await time for fun, or sister wives in that 4th place matchup. But a big one, not quite.
I think Murph would have thought that last one was in when she let it go.
I agree with you.
It was online, looked like it was going to get on top of those flights and ride in. 57.
You thinking 57 to leave 4? That's my usually I would go 45, but in this format with it being freeze, you need to maximize the point. So yeah, 57. I agree with you there.
Yeah.
But she did go 45
Yeah, I would normally be a bull on 61 with one dart
to 36. Yeah.
Yeah, but I think in this format, it's just shown so many times that that gets you to the optimum. It doesn't get you to the double one. There's a lot of advantages in that case. Ooh, great second dart.
That's big. That's big time right there. You see combined score of 201. Oh, sorry. 211.
Don't worry, I don't know math.
It's always 1 or 10 points off. You always know it's 1 or 10 points off every time.
Good follow-up from Abby here. Wayward first. Goes down, finds the treble 19. This is the first time we've got a bunch of different stuff going on here. No freeze. See? Off by 1.
1 or 10. It's 1 or 10 every
1 or
time.
10.
1 or 10.
So 56 can't go. My goodness. And Murph going to make it easy. Treble 18 pushing off.
Yep, 11 for tops, 19 for 32. She was wanting the 11 for tops. Now it gets a little bit trickier, huh?
Now 29. What are you thinking on 29?
I mean, she's kind of considering it. What do you?
Is it
do you go 9 for top?
Yeah, you go trip 9 for.
I mean,
that wasn't on my big O card.
Okay.
She got a whack. She got a whack at an outer ring double. I mean, it is what it is. 155 is definitely not frozen. Just looking around, make sure. Oh, and it's on. Oh, it was on, and it didn't get thrown at appropriately.
I know. I was gonna say, what are you thinking there on 95 going to trip 20? You can't leave a check out there. Really needed to work her way downstairs to the 19s.
Just a big number needed. There we go.
Yep.
Frozen again. I think I'm only like 2 for 8.
In baseball, you'd be Hall of Famer.
I'm almost there, right? That's why I love that sport, too.
There you go. Liz gets it done.
Queen's Quarters are your champions for the winner's side of the bracket.
And remaining left in this one is going to be Taylor Thax and Lisa Yee. And like I said, Time for Fun and Sister Wives have yet to start. Oh, well, I think they're just underway, potentially on 108. So we'll see what happens there. Now it's Let's Go and the Catholic team in that fourth place battle on that pro side. So we're going to be coming down to a final here in just a moment, folks. You don't want to go anywhere. More action coming up next from the 39th Annual Chicago World Finals. We'll be right back.
Are we frozen?
We are back and better than ever at this point. Here at the 39th Annual BullShooter WCC Finale live in Chicago, Illinois. Sean Green joined by Gordon Dixon. Gordon, this is the third place match of the Men's Pro AA doubles here. And, Robert White and Scotty Miller, two guys that if you've watched our stream today, you know exactly how good Robert can be and how great Scotty is. And they're taking on the Canadian duo of Excalibur and Jason Barlow.
Yeah, Barlow struggled last time we saw these guys. Excalibur, what do we say, 4 out of 5 perfect ins?
4 out of 5 perfect.
To start each of the legs, so they did go to a decider, but just got nicked in that final leg. Good to see them come all the way back around. Of course, already have seen these guys on the stream quite a few times now. Who do you tip at the beginning of this?
It's a great question, and I don't know the answer off the top of my head. It really is a very, with how they've both played today, I see this as a very chalk matchup. I think that Scotty and Jason Barlow are going to be two of the better player twos on their side. And if Robert plays the way that we've seen him play, he can stick with David Cameron.
Yeah, I would have paired him off a little bit different, just with Bobby White and Barlow as kind of the question mark.
Okay.
Just because we did see Robert fall off a little bit at the back end of that King Seat match, and Barlow with the struggles that he had earlier. If both of those players are on, I think there's a lot of parity in this, with Dave being probably the best player on the board.
Yeah, I would agree with that.
We'll see how it all plays out here. Nothing crazy here early doors.
It is a race to 2 on the loser side instead of a race to 3. That is one difference that we need to pay attention to.
Yeah, that's definitely something these players. Well, Let's Go has gone through a couple of rounds now in this format. This will be White and Miller's first match in a 2 out of 3 scenario.
And I do believe that the other 2 matches that we saw White and Miller play, they were up 2-1 in those matches. So if it is a race to 2, they still are doing well there.
They would have got through, yep. We see a flip of the gallery. You see Maria Mason on watching Jay Barlow. We saw Jay supporting her in the events last night.
You can see the queen seat holders are sitting down watching the action as well. Just doing a little bit just to kind of stay in the match and everything, but we'll just kind of chill out for a hot minute. They've got a while. We're still waiting on the 5th, 6th match. The bottom side of that, Sister Wives and Time for Fun. Maybe it's because Time for Fun took some time to have some fun. And the winner of that one will take on Taylor Thaxton and Lisa Yee. And that's just for the 4th place match. So they got a couple matches left to wait for.
Big 180 for Bob White.
Robert doing his job.
I have a cousin named Robert, and I call him Bobbert, and his mother hates it.
Oh, it's the best. It's the best, worst nickname.
So guess what I continue to call him?
Of course, it's Bobbert.
Oh, look at this. Shot is on.
All right. The good news about him hitting and leaving the 60 is that there is no chance whatsoever that Jason Barlow can freeze the 75 opportunity for Robert.
That's a tough tough spot because this 75 does not need to go away at this point.
It cannot be busted, though. Double 12. This is where it gets dangerous. And he hits the double 6. Great checkout from Bobby White. It's a 1-0 lead for the Wisconsinites. Again, against a team with the bigger names on paper.
Yeah, I think that's best case scenario for Let's Go, just because he doesn't take that out, and then we see Dave frozen again.
Yep.
And I do think there's just a little bit of a difference between it could have happened versus it did happen. And now he's 50% on perfect starts in this match.
It's crazy. That's honestly insane. It's hard enough to hit any double, let alone start with that and then go triple afterwards. And one time he did it by going to the switch of the 19s.
Yeah,
the darts 2 and 3.
The very first leg. That's how he opened.
Barlow plays that supporting role perfectly right there.
Yeah, super important here to try to tie this match up.
You know, as much as we see Trish and talk about Trish, moving down to the New York side of things, I see Rich back there in the background. He's become a little bit more Canadian, honestly, as Scotty starts off with a 160.
Yeah, great shot there. Important timing. So tell me more about Canadian traits that you now see in Rich.
Just as he's sitting there watching his friends
play.
I
gotcha.
While hanging out with Maria. And Excalibur's 6 into it. I haven't heard him say sorry very much yet, though.
Yeah, good switch there. Finding the treble 20. Still way back.
This would be interesting if Scotty also hits a 180 here. Put both players on the potential.
Love to see it. Aw, shucks from Scotty there. After the first one goes wide.
Gives a fist pump on the last one for hitting the triple 1. Stefan, there is not the team event did happen. It happened on Thursday night, the Monsters of the Midway. It's on. Oh, he goes 8 into the perfect. Gordon every time.
Man.
You didn't even say one time. That was your fault.
That I totally made you miss. What a good look at it in a leg that has to be won. And honestly, the good news is Jay has stayed within touching distance, and/or Robert and Scotty have not run away with this to freeze. So he will get another look at that finish to tie this leg up.
And just to clarify as well, there is the international team event tomorrow. That is,
for sure.
Might be what DeWitt might be referring to.
Oh, good call. Thank you, Nick. All right. Double 10 for the win. Leg number 2 goes to Let's Go. Again, I don't know if they'd ever say it like that. But it's 1-1 going to a last leg decider.
Seen Dave get to that double 10 multiple times now. And another big dart from Bob White.
Yep. Big Bob White. Big time Bob White. That's what they say. And it almost like his darts are thicker, too, so it almost covers that center bowl.
They will get us started. In this decider, again, we are watching the third place match. Winner of this will go to the final to take on Jason Watt and George Daniels.
The Wisconsinites won another shot at Daniels and Watt. They were up 2-1 in the King Seat match before losing 3-2. Hunter, I like it. It would be the third way to start off and maybe go perfect.
I would support that. Now, if I was Scotty, I would lose my mind.
I love how you just said this was the third place match and then immediately hops into the chat.
Everybody away in this decider. Robert trying to take full advantage of that cork. He worked so hard to win.
Oh, great darts from Dave. Yep. When his darts lay like that, it's the same thing in steel tip. His darts lay very flat, very parallel to the board, to the floor, and he can just stack those darts nicely. And same thing works for him soft tip. Maya, I'm just messing with you, buddy.
Got it clapping the hands. Not the big score he was looking for. He needs to be consistent here. Job done. Job done. Now, I don't have a lot of hope that Robert is going to change his tactics here, but there is a way to leave 170.
There are two ways. And one did involve the triple 20 way, but that is a 7.
Yeah, that's rough. And maybe, yeah, he's clearly not or thrown off there after that one.
Well,
Dave with the 66.
I think that was like the most shoot type of emotion he's ever made in his life. Shoot. Again, weird to see him in shorts. At least not wearing his hat.
Yeah, all these players, he's starting to feel it, I think, a little bit.
Yep.
140 could be the first to a finish here. It's on. There it is. Jay Barlow coming up big in the decider.
That's always a great thing about having your player two be the pedigree of a Jay Barlow.
Yeah, and look at this. Robert not going to go missing for long.
No, he is not. And the good news is the checkout he left involves the first two darts at treble 20. Automatically.
Proper. Dave finding a $142.
Yeah, that's all called at the same time. Dave, first dart, double ball. Do it.
For the boys.
Just for the boys in the back. A little excitement never hurt anybody. Scotty, great 140. Needed the 140.
Yeah, both coming up big here.
This doesn't go. The freeze should still definitely happen now. Go for it.
Yep, no harm, no foul. He can go at this free and clear.
But Dad gave him permission. Oh, and he just goes on the outside. Which, by the way, I would do too. Hey, just making sure I'm not stupid here. Is this fine if I just go with this?
Well, honestly, I think, between those two, just seeing Jay set up the board and everything, I think he's probably the one to do it. And what a big shot this would be.
But he's frozen.
From the last shot. I wasn't even talking about this, but the first two went in.
Oh, yeah. I mean, it was great. But he also did not – it looked like he was looking at it from the get-go. So you're right. The double 16 goes in for Excalibur. A 2-1 victory.
Yeah, big finish.
And
you see those two clapping hands. When did they lose? Did they lose? It was early, right? Second round?
Yeah,
first round?
Spellman and Lim. Yep. I'm sorry. Lim and Gates beat him 3-2. So the finals are set. Let's go! Taking on Daniels and Watt. That's going to be the match coming up next, Gordon. I'm Sean Green, and we'll be back in Chicago right after this. ladies and gentlemen, the finals of the Men's Pro AA Doubles 501 or Double In, Double Out Split Bowl. I'm Sean Green, joined by Gordon Dixon here at the 39th Annual BullShooter finale live in Chicago. Gordon, we're in for a heck of a final. The Canadians taking on the Americans.
Yeah, Dave Cameron, maybe the most consistent guy that we've seen on the stream today.
Hands down. And minus Bob, but Bob's gone.
Yeah, Bob's no longer here. Bob,
Bobarino.
The unknown story for me in the event. Ran out of steam there in the 2 out of 3 against the Canadians. But again, it's all down to this man. Can he stay in, get in, and let that bright shining star he's got behind him shine?
Or is the starting center or the Dallas Mavericks probably is where he's close to now in Texas? I don't know exactly where in Texas. It's a big state. There's plenty of teams to choose from.
Yeah, he's a Midwest guy to begin with.
Oh,
right?
for sure. Yeah, Valparaiso, Indiana. He can play for the Sirs. He does like winning, after all.
George not in on his first turn. And the Canadians also have to overcome the fact that they're going to have to beat these guys twice. That's another big piece of the puzzle here.
You see, again, the power scoring from George. He missed getting in the first round, but able to get in and score enough to where he's almost just right back in it. If the other team was not Dave Cameron and Jay Barlow, and averaging a 43.33 and a 42. Or just 2 43s would have been easier to say.
Well, taking full advantage of winning the cork is definitely the first step in getting this first set.
Now, tournaments are different, so I'm asking you this question, being the resident guy here for the longest time frame between the four of us. You're just old, is what I'm trying to tell you.
Yeah.
And,
don't dance around.
And even it has been for long enough to where you've been doing commentary long enough to understand this. So, jeez, ESPN commentator Gordon Dixon. If this goes to the double dip, is it still a race to 3, or does it become the race to 2?
I believe they do their finals as the same as the winner's bracket.
I like that more.
I believe it retains the best 3 out of 5.
Okay, good.
Because I remember having this conversation directly with the former tournament director. So, to be honest, because that has changed, there may have been a change.
Mm-hmm.
But I always appreciated that version of this as well. That it did retain the winner's side. I think we're going to see 2 3 out of 5s if it goes that far.
Which I like.
I agree, 100%.
And I'm not a stickler for the rules where I think like, oh no, now it has to be 2 out of 3 because it's just the format that it becomes. That being said, I see both sides of the perspective there. I want to see more darts. So the more darts I can see from the best players in their tournaments, especially at BullShooter, where Pro and AA Pro and Single A Pro and Open has a lot of AA pros, right, that are eventually going to get up to that level. So we're going to see some top quality darts no matter what. You can see Abby's spot has not moved from her spot in the last little bit of time. Just trying to relax and not worry about anything else until they make it to the final. See who they're going to play against. After this, we're going to have the Pro A men's final, which will be setting up there. And that is a great duo of Ryan Farrell and Darren Dockmeyer as they take on X1 Elite, which I believe is going to be Brandon Kessler. And who would he be playing with?
Great question. 'Cause I don't know who all came out.
Oh no, it's not even
Oh, it's JJ and Denny Garn.
Yep.
Oh,
Okay, good. But if you don't know Edie, I know you do.
Yeah.
But if you're listening at home and you don't know Edie, Ryan Farrell, he just does not travel very much. But you want to talk about a fantastic shot. Edie is up there with the best of them. Can be.
Yeah, no, that'll be a great final. With Doc Meyer and
with Doc.
Edie having the king seat in that one. And I'm gonna put this out there.
Jeez, Dave.
Dave has started another leg perfect.
I mean, it really is Merlin-like. It's like he's both the sword and the wizard. As Watt gets in, I like the fact that after dart one, he just switches to the more you can miss up and down. If you're missing just the weight aspect of it, that's the best way to go about it.
Oh, big last from Jay.
But Farrell and Dockemeyer actually defeated that X1 Elite team 3-1 in the top 4 match, and then defeated Bobby Dees, who we know as a great shot for the CSC this past season, in Fowler 3-0. So they mollywopped him to get to this point. And Dave again blows it. No, he got 8 into it, so he's gotten very, very close. But yeah.
Well, 3-0 in this format is extremely tough because you could literally go first in all 3 of those legs if you're losing them.
Right.
And that's bonkers.
Yeah, it's extremely difficult to do. Reagan's in the chat. She knows her darts. One of the best to know her darts. Reagan Windsor, the best Windsor by far. She doesn't play the Wizard of Oz medley at tournaments over and over again, like Dad does. But yeah, Edie is phenomenal. And Jeremiah, why are you available tomorrow or something? I can ask some people.
180 from George. Dave one treble away from a finish here. Should switch. Does not, but he finds the treble. So at a finish, Jason and Jay basically the same score line. So not a lot of danger of a freeze.
No, it's going to take something drastic here from Jay and then something phenomenal from George. Oh. Good last. Technically can still freeze. 171 freezes. Nothing else does. Trouble 19. Yep. All right. Dave, going to start on the 19s on 119. There's no other route that is remotely smart. Honestly.
62. Looks like he's looking up for the 12. 26, double 13 for 2-0. Oh, and he rings the bell a little bit on that one. Just a couple quick little tugs there.
Been a lot cooler if he would have done like a ice cream lick, like for the double scoop. Like just know we're going to it.
If David Cameron does the ice cream lick at the end of whatever winning leg of the first set, that may be the greatest thing.
It's a meme. It's an automatic GIF. Just for life.
Oh my gosh.
It's
I would buy the rights to that.
It's up there with the Rashad Sweeting Cold Palmer.
Oh, it's excellent. And you're never going to get... Oh, I was going to wind him up for the for the perfect start yet again, but he falls absolutely short by one dart and one hole.
Honestly, it's unacceptable. We expect
Jay.
perfection.
Jay clearly going to be upset.
I will go through the entire Remember the Titans perfection speech if I have to.
Oh, that's funny. Maria's listening in.
Oh, boy. Wait, that's why her headphone is in? I was hoping that she was listening to something better than this.
George with a 1, 2, 3.
Just likes to count them on up.
Dave back in that treble. Just into the 5 on the third. The frustration.
This is the most, honestly, it is the most kind of emotion we've seen from him. Just like with the little stuff. You know him. Stoic. Head down, staring at his feet, steps up, does his business, walks back, does the same thing, right? Well, it's because Gordon's on here. I know how this works. Jay has honestly been more of the Jay Barlow that we know, right? Now, this leg has not been that. But he hasn't been the one we're like, I'm not sure which version of him is going to show up in this leg. He's had moments of brilliance, but they've become more consistent moments. But
well, and again, when you just have to fill in the blanks for Dave, it can get crazy. Don't get me wrong, because that can put a lot of pressure on you. But if you can settle into that role, this game is very easy.
that might be the greatest eye roll I've ever seen on a live stream there from David Cameron. Yeah. Single leaves the big fish, and he'll take it. Would have liked more, but beggars can't be choosers. We get what we get, and we don't throw a fit.
Yeah, good switch. Finds 2 big trebles. Just what the doctor ordered there. It was going to get a little gitchy.
The good switch was wild.
It's one of my favorite things to say playing partners. Where instead of all over it, all over the place.
Yep.
If they miss wildly.
I feel like a shotgun could have had a better spray pattern there.
Oh, look at this. Pressure applied.
That doesn't count as much now, Dave. It'd been a lot cooler if one more dart. All right.
Chance.
Trying to catch himself a wicked tuna. No.
That's not going to happen.
That's fine, because that would have been a terrible comment to have that happen.
Needs to bring it down.
Does so.
Does. I can't even get mad about leaving 30 from there.
Sure, you can.
Oh, yeah, I could work it up, but I'm not going to. Oh.
And
it's
5 points away from the freeze.
Yeah. Yeah.
He goes.
He probably said, "Don't bust."
I think that's
something
probably
along
exactly
those lines.
Well, it's not frozen yet. I think he might have said, "Don't hit a 3."
Oh, yeah.
But he sets it up beautifully.
Yeah. Dave frozen cannot take this out. He will get to throw at his double 10.
Did you see him look back at Jay and say something to Jay before he went up there? Shaking his head. Like, you froze me.
You said you wouldn't do that again.
Double 15, the Luke Lidler. I don't know. It's been hit every time.
It's free. It's free. Throw it in cricket. Yeah. So it's free.
All right, we're going to leg number 4. Excalibur getting the start. And that's more like it. Still.
Finally, you hack.
Yeah, 50% once again on the opens of perfection.
2 out of 4.
And he's 9 out of 12. No, that's way too many.
Yeah. Well, at least for what we've seen, I think he's
6 out of 9.
6 out of 9.
Yeah. It's gross. 66% on starting perfect.
Yeah, on stream.
Yeah. Have we seen anyone else in this match start perfect? No. Not in this match. We saw Scotty do it in the match previous.
Didn't Watt do it? Because in the very first leg.
No, that was the Scotty one.
Oh, was it?
Yeah.
Okay, fair enough.
Because I did think that exact same thing.
It's one of those, I didn't remember names. I just remember patterns. Like, those 2 scores were the same.
Yes,
and
yes.
then
I got it.
a little glimpse into my...
Dave's still on the perfection. That'd be great if this is the opportunity. And he does get the shot.
We keep talking about it. He's got to do it for us once, right?
I mean, he's gone 8 into it. He's gotten close. He just wouldn't quit this time. That'd be great.
George, only a 1-2-5. Okay, staying straight himself. Hopefully Maria got the ice cream lick message over to
Oh, that'd be even better on the 9.
David for the 9.
If he does the ice cream lick on the 9. All right, here we go. Treble 20.
Why am I rooting so hard for it when I know it's not going to happen? The ice cream lick, the 9-darter. I had more faith in the 9-darter.
All right, this is getting ridiculous.
All right, George Daniels can get to a finish. It's not going to. We're basically just playing for get back to Dave's turn.
That's exactly what this leg is.
Who can impact this leg? He's the only guy.
Now's a good time to just do the double. This Maria, just have that conversation with him. He's standing there. He's not even ready to go yet. It won't even jinx it, I promise. Good darts from Watt. But here he is.
64 for the first set.
1 dart. Double 16. Let's go to the dip. He never did it. Gosh, it would have been so cool.
Potty break?
It is Dave. We played 5 legs. That's about right. So let's head on over to the
ladies.
As this is the 4th place match, and it features the sister wives, the Utahns of Jess Melton and Jillian Phillips, as they take on, well, I think you know both of these ladies. Taylor Thaxton, our Top Gun singles champion, defeated Chrissy Grimmel in the last leg decider. And, of course, the absolute legend that is Lisa Yee. All right. This is an interesting moment here, right? Because, yes, the freeze could happen. But it's more unlikely when Taylor is just going for the out here. Because she has to get below 5.
Well, there's plenty of ways to
Right,
do
right.
that without being goofy.
You just go 11 here and just leave the 4.
Yeah. Honestly, I mean that's
It's the right move here, right?
that's the best way to assure it, and then you can even be aggressive.
And now she has to go inside. She cannot go outside. All right, and I think that was absolute on purpose.
Yeah, that looked like the fattest 4 ever thrown. Yeah, which is appropriate. That was perfect. You see the over-the-top reaction there from Lisa.
Oh, my sides are starting to hurt.
As we jump back over to the men, we will keep you posted on who hits that. The Sister Wives already down 1-0 in a race to 2. And look at that, the other Canadian.
Because I can also do that.
Perfect.
Like you did all that work. Now it's my turn.
Thank
Right
you,
now,
Michelle.
the Canadians are Forrest Gump and the Americans are Lieutenant Dan.
You ain't got no legs, Lieutenant Dan.
Oh, it's ice cream. Lieutenant Dan, ice cream. That's a 180 from Excalibur.
I just loved how many times that preference worked. 140 from George.
Reminder coming up next after the ladies, if they're still going on, will be the finals of the men's A division. And that's another 180. This time it's from Jay Barlow. And if he ends up being the one to stab the 9, he better say something to Dave. Like, you had all those opportunities and missed it. I get 1.
Who's 1 for 1 on perfect games?
Like, my back hurts, man. Could you do something a little bit better?
That would be even better. Or if he gives him the old, like, go on, jump on there.
Buy a backpack that has Dave Cameron's face on it, so wear it around the rest of the day. You're just strapping them in.
George not going to get there.
And throws it away on dart 3, and I know that you are a huge fan of that, as Jay sets it on up.
Yeah, especially while you're on the course for a double dip. Jay goes awry there.
Yeah.
Watt does get to a finish that he may never get to see or shoot at.
I'm going to doubt that he ever gets to actually look at the finish. 25? Yep. Yep.
Yeah, again, bull is where I'd go immediately, but 57 may be a better idea in this format.
It's not going to matter in this one, as George is miles away from unfreezing. So Jay and Dave have 6 starts here. Step 1's go low. Step 2's hit the finish. Oh, look at that. That was beautiful from Jay Barlow. Big 41.75. 12 darter and the 133. That was pretty. That was a pretty route.
Yeah, great leg there from Jay Barlow.
Again, he could have walked back with a little bit of like a rub on the back.
Yeah, really. I mean, these Canadians are holding Daniels and Watt to not many chances.
Yeah, this is...
And maybe you could flip that around and say Daniels and Watt aren't giving themselves many chances. But nonetheless, the steady play from these guys, keeping them under pressure from leg one.
Yeah. Update for you here, Gordon. Taylor Thaxton and Lisa Yee do defeat Sister Wives 2-0. So they will take on Meredith McGee and Reagan Budin. Coming up next on board 90. On board 91 again will be the men's single A finals. And we love the ladies, but we're probably going to factor the finals over third place matches in this regard. Plus, we've shown that bracket often. We have yet to show a single match of the A division for the men.
Because we hate them.
That was Gordon.
Sure glad that went out over the waves.
Now it's even
From the
funnier.
Community manager.
He's just trying to manage the community.
Manage the expectations. Now, I won't lie. That's not out of the wheelhouse for Gordon to say. So let's keep that in play.
Did you just use your third person there, Gordon? You did. You just third person.
I did.
That was nice.
Yeah.
I don't think it would ever make you so flustered you third person yourself.
All right. So finally, we've got a leg maybe headed in Daniels and Watts' direction.
Yeah, the Americans reeling a little bit right now.
Both with enough experience that this is not going to completely deter them. No doubt it's frustrating, but it's not going to be the end of it. George gets to a finish after 9.
You know what does not shock me in the least is it is split bowl, double in, double out, right? And you have 4 predominant steel tip dart players in this final. That doesn't surprise me in the least. Now, George, he's had a CDC tour card in the past. I'm talking like he has a lot of steel tip experience too.
Well, yeah, George. Yeah, George can play anything. Anything you put in front of him
With a flight and a point.
Yeah.
He's probably really good at cornhole too.
Eye-hand coordination is not lacking from George Daniels.
All right. Lights out. Trying to turn the switch up for once for the Americans and get them a leg on the board. That's okay. Frozen is Dave. If you're just joining us, just go to YouTube and go back a little bit because I don't want to explain the freeze rule anymore. Just kidding.
Dave's opponent's scores combined are less than his partner's score. That is how we get to the freeze rule.
Wait, was that easy to say that the right way? We haven't done that yet. All right. Jay is having an off leg here. You know who I don't like?
No, but you're going to tell me, aren't you?
Yeah. No, I'm just kidding. I can't say that on a live stream.
All right, double 16.
Double 8 goes, and the route is stopped. The momentum has paused a bit. We are now 1-1 scoreline, even keel, still race to 3. Hey, let's play race to 2 now, Gordon.
Yeah. This is where we get to see what all they're made of. Now, the good news is the Canadians have the chance to take the lead for the first time in this match because of how it's worked out.
Yep.
They won the first set, then they won the first leg. They're going first. So hypothetically, they can go to the hill first.
Joe B, honey buns, maybe. As Lights Out gets in on dart 2. Trip 19, dart 3. And Excalibur did not get in. What's going on?
There's a glitch in the matrix.
I think that's the first time we saw him miss a dart at double in the previous leg to start off the leg. But I think before that, he had gotten in first on every single leg. And honestly, in steel tip, the one thing that can affect his game is doubles. So it's almost been even more brilliance out of Dave. That's been his strength today.
Well, and honestly, with the starts from George and Jason, okay, it doesn't work out. I was going to say, he hits one big treble, and it's really no harm, no foul, is in terms of the leg and how it can play out. George clearly frustrated, just not able to put multiple darts in that treble 20 as often as he'd like.
Yeah, been one of the more inconsistent matches we've seen out of George in recent memory for me. And that says a lot because he's usually very even-keeled. So to see him frustrated and to see how that is honestly affecting him, because the Canada team's doing great, but it also is the fact that he has slowed down a bit as the number one. That's a great 140.
Yeah, Jason holding it up for the team here. I mean, you just been waiting for Dave to hit the 180 and get back into this leg. It's only a 140, but he's going to hit another 140 to leave 160.
And then he'll probably take that out.
And then he could take it out. That's the type of faith that we have in Excalibur right now. George waving off the 3 solid again. Not what he's looking for. Jay Barlow switching to the big triples after the first dart.
There's a little count up. And again, he's doing his job as the supporting role in this leg. And I'm not saying that he has to be that, but that is his role as the second player. Sometimes you have to switch that and become the main role like Jason Watt's doing right here. Big 180 from Watt. Because sometimes you need a little help.
I could break into song.
Yeah, I was thinking Wonder Years too. Yeah. Dave miscounted after dart 2, or after dart 1. He was blocked, but he needed to stay, right?
To be honest, I did not see the full shot.
We'll move on.
Put me on the spot.
George definitely should have switched. By the way,
yes, no, George definitely should have switched.
George knows better than that. That's frustration, George, who's not thinking everything through properly.
Big shot from Jay. So probably some of the most parity that we've seen between all 4 players here.
Yeah.
But Jason Watt, 111 to completely put this on its head.
Oh, he's gonna get a dart. Ugh. Tops. Yeah, like just below the wire, but usually when that second dart is a little bit shaky like that, it tends to more often than not result in a missed double.
Yeah, it gives you a little indication on where the shooter is, where that single goes. And that was just not convincing.
Dave just smiles at it.
So there's a couple of reasons 162 can't go. Math being the largest one. Maybe double top. He does take a shot, but he can't.
No.
Can't do that. needs to be a little more aggressive with it.
That being said, there's
There.
no freeze potential. He's below Excalibur's score already, but you got to fade this 90. Interesting route now. That was even more interesting. Double 4 where Gordon, he's frozen. So had to go ahead and set it up. 62 versus 64. I didn't catch it either, so we're on the same page. Double 10.
Jason Watt to take the lead and continue to stay in the lead. Even though the board gave it to him, he still wasn't convinced.
You see how far he had to bend down? I think that was just a weird flex. But it's a 2-1 lead now in favor of Daniels and Watt.
Yeah, so not a chance to take the lead. If they're going to take the lead, it is going to be for the win for the first time in this entire match. And that will give George and Jason a little confidence now. After losing, 4 of the first 5 legs? Including a 3-1 first set.
George does get in, but he ain't happy. John with a very interesting take. I get it, but it's an interesting one. What just happened?
Sorry, I just was looking in the background. The gentleman in the red shirts climb up in the bleachers and tripped a little and spilled beer all over the girl in the blue sweatshirt, and she looked very offended by it.
She seems very happy about it, actually.
Jason in with a big treble.
Just a party here in Chicago at the 39th annual BullShooter finale. Yeah, can we just get rid of that? All right. 40 scored for Excalibur. Ross, this is the Pro AA Finals. This is the double dip, where I can say it as easily as the winner wins and the loser is out. Nice 140. Eddie Bear let us know that it's okay. It's a couple, so it's fine. This obviously happens more often than not. I just like to read between the lines every once in a while, you know? In fact, she was not upset for very long at all.
Yeah, it's half her beer, so it
says a lot.
So down to a must-win leg, and we start to see David Cameron come off the boil.
Yeah, well,
for the first time on stream, really.
I'm just waiting for the real Dave Cameron to stand up, because right now he is not showing up. George, though, is allowing this to become a player 2 battle. And Jay's got to buckle up here. And that's exactly what he's doing. Big darts from Jay Barlow. Again, having a player of that caliber as your number 2 to have your back when you're struggling like Dave is in this leg, so valuable.
Yeah, such a big step up here for Jason. Jason Watt going to need to do the same thing.
Exactly. Jason Watt. What's Jason? All right, stupid joke aside, here's Dave. Gonna probably hit a 180. No, unless I jinxed it. He did hit a 180. It's left.
He did hit 180.
All right, so lights out. Can't do a whole lot to put the lights out of Let's Go. All the fixins of going the distance.
Yeah, this has been the reaction from George more often than not in this match.
Yeah, sometimes he mad dogs it, but right now he's sad dogging it.
Yeah, Barlow stepping over. I think 60 is your best option. Biggest number still gets you to a prime double.
Did he do the pro move and look over at the screen instead of just look down?
He did. He did look over at the screen. Decent move on this start or the next.
Or just make it happen.
Hammers in the 140.
Again, it tells you where their mindset is in this leg. For some reason, they're not expecting Dave to slip up here and hit a 3 for some reason.
Well, if that was the assumption, they were correct. Dave was not going to hit a 3. George just needs to find something here. Just go into this decider. So 888 to take us to a deciding leg in the deciding set of this men's Pro AA final. And there it is.
That was a heck of a backup roll in that leg.
We're going to see a cork and see if Let's Go can take the lead for the first time in the entire match.
Oh, they're going to have the advantage most likely. And they are going to have the advantage for the first time in the match. For the first time in the tournament. They are the favorites, essentially.
Yeah, Dave a little off the boil in that last leg. Let's see if he's going to snap right out of it.
I was going to say, averages tell us that, you know. You know. This is it. This is going to be the one.
George needs a big treble. Doesn't find it.
I do like the switch.
Barlow away. Looking like a Canadian. That Moose Tracks? Is that the... Would that be the Canadian ice cream?
I mean...
for the 2 scoops of Moose Tracks?
I would go with like maple pecan or something personally.
Nope. I'm not going to say anything. I've done enough stupid stuff this weekend already. Let's stick to myself. Excalibur. No longer perfect. But that'll do going first.
Yeah, finds the big treble. I don't disagree, Ross. Ross, curious that with Daniel struggling, moving to that second spot. But you know, when you make the final and you have the king seat with that man driving, it's tough to make a change at the end. As we hear from an actual Canadian, Maria saying not a fan of maple pecan. Her man Jay Barlow filling it up for a 180. Jason Watt gonna need to do the same thing.
And he does do the same thing, and he's like, whoa, I have a great wingspan.
So 180 from George here. Even a 164. He should start on the 18s to give him some options. Doesn't happen, and he's going to wave it off. Just not at the races here. Back to back?
No, but it'll do. Watt's going to try and hit a 180 to leap tops.
Not going to happen.
Nope.
141. We know Dave knows this one.
It's on. It's off. Got a great switch to go to the 32. So it'll be Jay Barlow, the shot at Shanghai to kidnap this title. And send it back north of the border.
I hate it. Doesn't leave a finish.
Yep.
Not that it's not probably over. Tops.
Nope.
So 135 frozen.
Yep. Very. 72 is much lower than 166.
I think somebody asked for the ladies' score before.
Yep. 1-0 Taylor Thaxton and Lisa Yee on Meredith McGee and Reagan Buden. And we will be heading over there as soon as this leg concludes.
Double 16 for the title.
And Dave Cameron hits it.
There it is. You see the players acknowledging one another's hard-fought battle, but the Canadians with 2 scoops of Moose Track ice cream getting the double dip.
Double dipped. Double dip Moose Tracks ice cream. There you go. Hashtag.
Flip over to board 90 where we join the ladies.
Ladies.
Trying to get in here.
Reagan does. Format the exact same, except it is a race to 2 on this side of things. You got to love a good double dip that goes the distance. That, as I think maybe Lisa was struggling to get in a couple times. But it should be last leg decider, correct?
Yeah, is it one
No,
apiece?
This is still game 1. So they had just finished the first game.
Yeah, still game 2.
That's what I meant. Sorry. I appreciate that.
So if for some reason the other men's match, the final of the single A gets started, we will switch over to that just as a fair warning.
As this is the 3rd place match. And I'm going to bet my bottom dollar that they're going to try and get going quicker sooner rather than later. That's the right terminology, because they have been waiting a hot minute for the double dip to conclude. After the Pro A finals will be the ladies Pro Double A finals. And it will feature the winner of this match taking on Abby Spott and Liz Tynan. And telling you what, at least Taylor Thaxton and Lisa Yee are going to have fun.
Every time.
Only 59 there from Lisa. So here comes Murph. He's wearing 3 different compression sleeves. Alyssa, the queen seat is Abby Spot and Liz Tynan. Marching a little bit here.
Yeah, a couple of wayward darts. A set of wayward darts. Taylor with some double trouble to start. Usually pretty solid in the scoring phase. Our Top Gun women's champion. That's some pedigree for the weekend.
It absolutely is. Defeating Chrissy Grimmel in the final of that one.
You were right to bring her up in our unused opener.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
I do not.
Okay, we asked Will if he could film the opener tomorrow. Let's make sure it goes correctly.
Just a wire out for Lisa. So some parity between the ladies here in game 2. Not necessarily in the direction that that they'd all be hoping for.
We're coming up on 6 hours in this bad boy, so they've thrown a lot of darts. They've seen a lot of fun things. They've seen some frustrations, as they are currently experiencing. And it's kind of hard to, when everyone's kind of in this same slog, it's tough to kind of pick it up. But which one of them is going to do it? As the brackets are put in the chat for you guys. Compliments of Nick Durachi DeShera. Thanks, buddy. It didn't matter anyway, Taylor. Just hit that 180. Yep. 366 was never going to be a look. 346 was never going to leave the finish. Fun fact to everybody watching at home, if you ever get confused by that, if the triple 20 won't leave you a finish, neither will any of the other triples. Because it counts in threes. Lisa scoring on her 19s extremely efficiently. Great 1-3-3.
Yeah, this one looking in one direction right now. Saxon and Yee perhaps on the cusp of making it back that ladies final. Oh, a little unlucky there from Meredith.
Great last. That's a heck of a find. It looked like she could only use the right side of the treble 20. Taylor in the driver's seat. Taylor wanted to ride shotgun instead.
Yeah, not leaving a finish there. Uncharacteristic from Taylor. The scoring phase. Normally a very solid shot. Reagan, though.
Great darts.
2 big triples to reestablish themselves. I was just saying that this was looking like it was shaping up to be a 2-0 victory. But in just 6 darts, we kind of put it on its head. Taylor or Lisa to an actual finish.
And Meredith, a couple of big triples. Kind of takes the pressure off of Reagan. But something like this might add a little bit of pressure to Reagan. Take this out in 3 instead of 6. And Unlucky 13 in that turn. I don't know how that's not in.
Can leave. Good shot. Finds the 51 to leave 80. Nice clean out there.
Reagan to send this to a last leg decider. Triple 18, triple 20.
See what she decides here.
Yep. Double 15. The Gordon Delight.
The Littler does not find it. Don't mind it in this scenario. Just a reminder, got to get down as low as possible. Always keeping in mind that that freeze rule and where it may rear its head.
Lisa enjoyed the company of neighbors to the big troubles in that visit. And
A steady
Meredith,
ton.
Yeah. Yep. All is needed.
Steady ton will freeze the Thaxton 80. Oh, well on her way.
Oh, big darts. Big darts from Murph. That is that's high quality. Freezes Thaxton.
4 19s and get out of the way. Four. Trip 20, single 18.
Apparently, Lisa Yee was trying to stop Abby and Liz from warming up. Trying to force them by saying, oh, you guys should stay. This will be a great match.
I love it.
Shockingly, you do not see Liz and Abby in the background. As Reagan trying to take this last leg decider and all outside.
Speaking of outside, we got an outside chance here from Lisa Yee on 137. Not frozen.
Nope.
Not going to happen. She needs to bring it down even further. She does. Probably not enough. Meredith will probably concentrate enough on that that freeze. I'm trying to formulate what I want to say next, and I'm watching the happy feet in the background there. Needs to get to 24 or less.
So this will depend. Does she go outside on the 20 or inside on the 20 or hit it? If she goes outside, this opportunity goes. And she does go outside. That is a huge mistake.
That is a giant mistake.
Taylor's turn goes. She goes, I'm not frozen, right? All right, cool. This is for the win.
Yeah, had to be much more aggressive with that on that shot. Take this opportunity away. But Madhouse, no give me.
But it's Taylor Thaxton. And she lets him know with the roar at the end. 2-0 victory as look at the timing on this one. We got JJ and Denny Garn taking on Ryan Farrell, a.k.a. Edie, and Darren Dockmeyer.
Oh, we missed the cork.
Okay, even at the big dogs, they don't show the bull. Here is Edie, Ryan Farrell. I think Taylor and Lisa are going to be a little bit distracting from time to time.
They haven't even won yet. That's just to make it to the final.
They have won at life, Gordon. Won at life. Here is Denny Garn. And it looks like it is full bull as the difference between the double A and the single A. It is a true double out, meaning that the big fish is actually essentially the 160 in this format.
Couple of Ohio boys here playing under the X1 Elite moniker.
And Darren Dockmeyer, a.k.a. Doc, does not get in. I know that Edie and Doc typically make very deep runs at the Indiana State Dart Tournament, which is this exact format, double in, double out split. Except it's not full bowl, it is split bowl. So more than used to having to double in. That's not something you see every day.
Yes. It was not sunshine and rainbows running through JJ's head right there. I can guarantee you.
Now, it is a reminder that they all kind of had to wait a hot minute to play here.
Yes, the pro double A going to a double dip.
Thanks a lot, Canada.
Delayed this. So everybody's still trying to kind of get their feet back underneath them. Ryan and Darren do have the king seat, though.
And Doc gets in. More than capable of putting himself right in the conversation.
Yeah, really not a whole lot hurt there with the poor start from JJ, but it'll start to wear on these guys.
Yeah, that's a good point, Josh. This is a rematch of the top 4 match on the winner's side, in which Edie and Doc won 3-1. I can guarantee you, none of them were shooting like this.
No.
This is more like it. That's what we're gonna expect, I think, once it gets rolling.
Yeah, we'll see these guys get into it a little bit here. And it'll be 2 bull minimum, if not trading hat tricks.
So far, I feel like there's a lot of teams that are watching that these teams destroyed. They're like, what the heck is this?
Yeah.
These are not the two teams that I saw earlier. That's more like it from Doc.
JJ gonna look to find something here. Here he comes.
Found himself a hat.
Probably now thinking, finally.
Yeah, there are such things as unhappy hat tricks. And they don't mean anything. And Edie, trying to make sure it doesn't mean anything. That's a perfect setup. Hat trick to leave tops.
Now, lots riding on these next 9 darts on whether or not Ryan is actually going to get to shoot at that 40, because we do have the freeze rule in play here.
And that's not going to be good.
Yeah, not what he was looking for. Darren really only needs a couple of bulls here.
Oh, and those are not
okay.
good misses either.
No. So 101. So a hat trick. Nothing special, just 3 bulls. JJ coming off his first hat trick in this match. Will freeze the 40.
And that's a great first start.
Style points.
How about them apples?
He doesn't get the style points, but he'll take 3 in that position. Ryan, probably 36 or should be 36.
And that's easier with you can use the triple 12 to do so. Or the double 18. That's probably easier. Let's hit the button. Then he can't take this out, but he can surely affect the freeze.
Yeah, Denny will throw a hat trick here if he can. I would think. As he does, 150, 117, 180, leaves 87. 180 would do it. I'm sorry. I'm thinking the opposite way. See, I only called freeze rule a couple times a year.
Well, the one, if that bullseye would have gone in, it actually would have unfrozen them by 1 point. So as long as JJ didn't bust there, you'd been fine. 99, kind of an awkward true double finish, but you can still utilize the bull here. And he didn't, but he can go bullseye for tops now, ideally. Well, he decided to punt it a little bit. However, Edie can't do anything but hit the button.
Yeah, he's going to push off.
And Denny with a great last visit to set himself up better than JJ now.
13 for tops. Like he's looking over there on the right-hand side of the board.
For leg number 1. Double 10. Is not in. So Darren, again, an opportunity. You don't need to be, I think you just got to go hat trick here. I understand like trying to get as much possible, but you want to ensure to be below 70 just in case there's a bust, right?
Yep, 100%. And in this particular situation, there's not a whole lot of a difference between 180 and 150.
Yes, technically still this does get below that threshold, so if he does bust, it would still give him a shot.
So JJ made a mess of it last time up.
Roll for double 10. Ideally. 17 for tops. Uh-oh. Don't bust.
JJ can't believe what's happening here. Does freeze the 4. Push off for Ryan again, and Denny Garn back to the board.
This is not out of the realm of mispop possibilities.
No, double 5 is not fun. You come inside, then you got to mess with a 1 and a double 2 or a 3 and a double 1, but Denny Garn makes it look easy, burying the double 5 first dart. A little glitchy first leg. Again, we are race to 3, so both these teams going to have a little bit of time to get into this match. But as you alluded to, I have to imagine that is not how their matches have gone throughout today.
I know the talent of all 4 of these players, and I can almost guarantee you that has not been the case, as this Pro A bracket had quite some killers. but Edie does not get in. That'll do for JJ.
You know something I don't know is how do you get to Edie from Ryan Farrell?
That's actually a great question, and it's I actually know the answer to that question, but I forget it because I've asked him about that and talked to him about it. So embarrassingly, I have forgotten. It's actually a really funny story on how he gets the EDE. But I don't remember exactly how it was. Chat? Come on, fam, help me out. Is that what they say?
Best chat in the business. Denny Garn not going to get in.
Bounces out the round from Edie.
JJ now going to look to fill up the bullseye.
Kevin, no, it is true double in, true double out, so they cannot bull in and bull out. I know it just says 501 double in, double out, but it is true. That's right. Yeah, he's a Golden Tee player. His nickname was Eddie in high school, and he used EDE on Golden Tee, which is supposed to be for Eddie, because you only have 3 letters, but everyone stopped calling him Edie, so then that stuck. Jason, yes, bounce outs do count. The board does not lie.
Well, it counts whether it registers or not. So if they miss outside, and even if the board doesn't show as a miss, it does count. JJ back up.
Is it
150.
14? Yep. We're just looking for hat tricks.
150 will play.
I've been surprised by the lack of tricks we've seen so far out of these 4 players who probably make this look easy on any given day and are wondering why they're struggling in this moment. Just like we are. Doc, a 111.
You see Denny adjusting the hat, looking for a hat. Hat trick here would put him right back in the mix. Only finds a single bull.
Yeah, I'm going to just go ahead and guess it's been a long time since these guys have averaged this. You know what I'm saying? Like,
yeah, but all these guys, just every time they throw a dart, they just can't believe that it hasn't gone in. Because I can tell you right now that every one of these guys probably hit more bulls than they missed on the scoring phase.
guaranteed. They're doing great in that Golden Bull game. Oh, Doc does not leave a finish. JJ in the driver's seat, but that's only if Denny does what he needs to do here, which a hat trick would be really nice right about now. That's a good first. One bull around is, and the misses have not been on the big miss numbers.
Needs to work around that first one. Good second dart. He does find two. That's actually really, really good shot from that position.
Not frozen. It was a 95 though. Double 19. Wait. No, he's not frozen. Yeah. Oh, he just split it? Okay. Cool. 95 hit. And a very... All right.
It equals
I'm shocked.
0.
I'm shocked.
On to the next leg.
Yep. 2-0 lead for X1 Elite. And Edie has some work to do. They have been frustrated so far. You have to imagine that the weight has gotten to them a little bit.
In and a bowl. In and a bowl.
In. And a bowl. And that's a great start from Darren.
Denny away. Job done. He's not going to be pumped about that that last start, but
It's in.
baby steps towards the finish line here. And there's a rat-a-tat-tat hat trick.
Oh, Edie. Good to see you. More like it from Ryan Farrell.
But they've gone down 2-0. A tough spot to be in this format. Even if they draw one back, X1 Elite will get the start.
Here is Doc. Started off perfect. And that not the right way. Brad saying, y'all should ask the hotel for footage of our loser side game in the AM. Game 1 and 2, perfect. And the Polish duo missed one dart game 3. Crazy match. And then guess what, Brad? They're not here in the finals, are they? It's just crazy. It's absolutely insane. Unless they are the team in the finals of the...
I was just going to say, is he talking about this or the...
It's definitely not Magneto darts. As he did some work real quick last night. Oh, there's still a while to go. A long while to go. But it is a giant bracket there in the men's open. Yeah, Brad, we definitely don't. We believe you. We believe you entirely that actually happened. And Denny, who has been off so far in the match, and it has not hurt, to be absolutely fair so far. If you're going to be off, you want it to not hurt when it happens. So when you finally turn it back on, if that does become the situation, you're ready to go. And that'll help. And that was huge.
What a time. What a time to do it.
Edie can utilize the bull here. Does that. Yep. Oh. Was the right idea. Wrong result.
Yeah, he was smooth with it, too. That switch was quick. He had a plan.
Yep. 15 leaves the double 8.
Now, can't finish. You got to make the determination. 150 and 180 make a difference.
And the answer is most likely no at this point. But if Darren does have a slack round, then he will have that opportunity that he set up for himself with the hat trick in the previous visit.
Not going to matter.
Yeah, that's not possible, sir.
Yeah, best he could have done was 180 to leave 34 for a total of 168. So Ryan will be back. Take their first leg.
And stop the route a little bit. And also, it's going to feel more like their darts there in that leg 3. Sometimes it can take a leg or potentially 2 to get warmed up. This one took a little bit over 2 legs, but Edie gets it done. Well, 13 darter never hurt anybody. 2-1 lead now, still for X1 Elite. If they do win this leg, they will go to the dip. And if they don't dip, we're going to dip into a break. But if they do dip, we'll probably be here. That's okay. JJ in. 72 scored. Edie going to step up. Played much better in the last leg. And that'll help with the start. Yeah. Ryan Farrell, ladies and gentlemen, starting to show up.
There he is. Little work to do in this first set, but it's got to make him feel a little bit better as they get geared up for what could be a deciding set. Denny Garn and JJ still really waiting for both of them to show up. Been able to get away with it so far.
Yeah, but I don't think they're going to be able to get away with it anymore. I fully think that Edie is warm again and back in this. Now, Darren has to get in, though. Okay, double 12 is what that registered, and sometimes the fin is all that matters.
Yep, the old tail flip. We will take it.
Is that Sean that's standing back there talking to Watt? Yeah, that might be Sean. He helps run Indiana State.
Oh, I'm not familiar. I know that's the man that spilled beer on the woman in blue.
Well, that's not the same Sean as the referee Sean, who helps run Indiana State. They're the same person, but just not right now, you know? And plus, she didn't even get mad at it, so it was fine. Thanks, Teddy Bear. Sean made the mistake of teaching me CompuSport and how to utilize it and assign my own matches one year.
Ah.
And And I made the mistake of learning it and taking upon that responsibility. Honestly, one of the things I will give Nick credit for more than anything else is his ability to seamlessly do that as part of the job. Assign the boards and keep like the flow moving with this. Thanks.
Thanks.
That was more believable since it was like a raspy start since he hasn't talked so
I
long.
thought Mickey Mouse jumped in for a second.
Like he stopped himself. All right.
JJ is on a finish. Ryan's turn. Try to set something up here.
Yeah, better finish.
And he does. Danny Garn has some work to do. Needs to. You got to think at least 2 bulls.
Well, there's at least 2. And how about all 3? That's the Denny Garn that we are used to seeing. It's about time for them that they're back to their old selves a little bit. See if Doc can keep that momentum going. Looks likely. All right.
So 164. If you can get to 6 or less. Sorry, 7 or less, he'll freeze.
Because you cannot take this out in this format. True double out. I know that is a typical format you can do. However, because you cannot finish on the bullseye, and you would have to utilize the bullseye on a 164, that is not a finish. Correct. The highest checkout is a 160. And the only bogey is a 159.
Set up a cork for a deciding leg. Oh, it's not going to go. Not going to get a shot.
And now this becomes a battle between the player 3 and player 4. And that is not the way that Denny wanted to play that battle. Darren just needs 13 points less. 14 points less than Denny's sitting at. And then more than that.
A bull will do it.
Yep. And the bull did not.
Doesn't get it.
Are we dipping?
It looks like both of our men's brackets could be headed to a deciding set. The Canadians were able to pull off the double dip. Can the Ohioans get it started? The answer is yes. Yes, they can.
That was a good start to it. We're going to the dip. And I'm going to guess they're going to continue this rather quickly. Yeah, I think they just did the motion of, can we do it again? The answer is, of course. Look, it's already ready. And they're going to cork and get going.
So pretty gritty first set between these 4 gentlemen.
I think we started to see more of their normal darts and leg, a little bit in leg 3 and definitely leg 4. Yeah, 1 and 2 was crazy, and it was all around crazy, and that's tied.
Yeah, both 1 hole in.
We're going to redo that.
Shake of the head from JJ.
That's a good one.
Yeah, 1 hole out of the black.
But that might actually, well, it depends on the crisscross there. Yeah. Not going to do it. So there you go. The start will happen. X1 Elite going first. Gary, that's exactly correct. Yep.
So just like in our AA bracket, we will play 3 out of 5 again. AJ not going to get in after winning the cork.
It completely ruins that whole entire sequence of things. Maybe. Maybe. All right. Edie's in. I feel like Edie's in should not be English. You know?
Yeah, no, that's funny.
I think Gordon's sick of me, guys.
No, I get it.
Just the way he said it. That's funny. It was like the most not funny way to say it. Like, yeah, that's funny. All right, Doc, going back at it. Only one not in was JJ.
JJ probably not leaving the double 11.
Actually,
2 bulls.
I like the double 11 in this format because it is the same weight as the bulls. You're just changing the target line. And I'm wondering if that's part of his thought process there. But Edie's going to hit a hattie.
We get to see the Bart Simpson rabbit. Danny looking a little bit more confident on those bullseyes.
Ah, great darts. Good low ton. Right now in the driver's seat is Farrell and Dockmeyer. And every time JJ throws a dart and misses, it's a head shake.
Yeah, not good body language out of JJ right now. And Ryan can really put some daylight between them.
Looking at the double, hits it. 107 scored. Denny well back on 379. And again, a round that's going to find themselves wanting a little bit more. Doc a chance to run it down. Potentially leave the 135.
Yeah, JJ and Denny winning the cork, had the chance to go in the lead for the first time in this match. Not able to convert.
Thanks, Chaco.
Shake of the head. Couldn't get to 160 after the first, so settled for 2 bulls. Good setup from Ryan. Speaking of somebody that's finding the bulls with a little bit more regularity.
Yeah, it's a second hat trick in this leg. It is interesting that Edie is one of those players, right, that skill level, he shouldn't just be wearing a black Punisher shirt, right? Compared to a lot of players around. And so if he traveled more, I would agree that I think that that's what that would be the difference in, right? But the talent is definitely there. You could also be very picky and really like the Punisher. Maybe it's sponsored by Marvel. Is Punisher Marvel? Nice.
Oh, not able to hit the third. Ryan now 54 for the first leg in the second set. Go 2 away from taking this title. There he is.
Chris, I hate to tell you this, but he might be a monster on this dartboard. Aloha. Ryan, you owe me money. As we go to leg number 2, 1-0 lead for Doc and Edie.
JJ, get us started again. Little double trouble to start in that last leg. None here.
That's what JJ's looking for. Nice little 1-2-2. Edie going in on tops. Starting to really heat up.
Yeah, just the pace of the throw quickened a little bit. Doesn't seem to be trying to place him anymore.
Denny, big third coming, and he gets it in on the third. Utilizes the dart on dart 2.
Doc off on his first dart as well. Good fallout.
Yep. Gonna missing the 20s.
JJ looking for just one good solid leg. Just continues to just be able to find one with a smattering of 2 and 3. And like we've said multiple times so far, I would have thought that it's probably the complete opposite of the rest of the day.
Yeah, 100%.
Edie, however, off and running.
This is probably about typical of what he's done the rest of the day.
First dart in, bullseye, then a hat trick.
Much better from Denny. He did a low ton after the get in on the last dart. I've seen Doc play pretty darn well too. And more than capable of hitting hitting some big numbers. But also more than capable of missing off the wire.
Well, and we might have our first freeze coming in there, but good rescue there on the third.
This is a good call out. We have yet to have anyone worry about the freeze here. AJ, the leave and finish needs to go triple 20.
Not messing with it.
I don't know if I love the board management, to be honest with you, with Farrell on 242 and about to be on 92.
Yeah, no, well, in the way you've played, you want enough shots at it to actually get there.
But it's also an interesting format that this is played in, and one where you don't necessarily think that you can't leave the 161, you have to leave the 151.
Well, by this time of the day, hopefully that is at top of mind. May work out in this particular situation.
Huge round from Denny.
How big can Darren go? Hat trick guarantees. Shot.
And he does that.
There it is.
Silver Fox with a nice 150. And again, JJ cannot take out this 161. The bullseye cannot be used as a double.
Yep. Bull 57.
Ideal. Or bull.
That'll play too.
Yep.
Path of least resistance.
No longer can do it. Nope. Well, he couldn't have done it either way. ED after dart 1. 17 to leave tops. Or, again, it's because they're trying to make this a battle between their player twos. They want to ensure themselves a shot. And he's going to get the first look with also a 30-point advantage to work with.
Nice shot.
Doc needs the whole thing.
55.
Nope, he needs more than that.
Yeah, no, he's going to have to hit a triple. 2 bulls and a big triple.
That's the math that you work out before you step up to the line. And you do the bulls first.
Needs to get to 54 or less. Freeze the 11, and it's not going to happen. So JJ is going to get a whack at this 11.
And Edie will not get a whack at the 41.
And Edie will guaranteed, so no pressure on this 11 whatsoever. Should be 3 double 4 for multiple reasons.
Mainly because
nobody misses double 4.
Smart shot so far. Yep.
There it is. 1 apiece in this decider.
Got ourselves a battle.
Deciding set between these two teams. X1 Elite winning the first set. Now going for the double dip.
Again, I want to give a huge congratulations to the Canadian team of David Cameron and Jay Barlow for winning the AA Pros. We are also streaming tonight the Pro Luck. So AA, single A pros could sign up for this Luck of the Draw, and it's a blind draw. So you're getting a randomized partner. Kind of a cool experience. You might get one of those big dogs like Gordon Dixon used to be. He still is to me. But that's because, you know, he beat me in everything that I've played him in. So Or you get to play with someone who's super fun that you've never met before and have no idea who that is, and he turns out to be Polish. And
I think they're playing in the Open.
oh, that's right. They can't play in the Pro
I
Luck.
don't think they're playing in the Pro Luck.
I think they should play in the Pro Luck.
If
Like,
you want to give me Camille
Exactly.
in the Open or in the Pro Luck, I would take him all day.
Doc in gets one bowl. This is leg number 3, race to 3. So this leg just to give the advantage to one team over the other. Then he's been playing a little bit better than he was early on in this match, especially the first set. Edie playing more than a little bit better. We'll snatch you on dart 3, but 110 will work.
Hat trick from JJ after only getting in on his third dart. We'll bring this back to parity. That's not going to happen. See, come on. Can't believe not only that he's not finding it, but probably he's missing by 3 or 4 holes.
Earlier he was missing, but it was just on the wrong side of the wire. It was almost just unlucky. But Darren Dockmeyer says, all right, you're only going to throw a 33 this time, Edie. I guess I'll pick you up a little bit.
Yeah, heaping on the pressure here.
Still much better for Denny. That one a bit unlucky. Finds it on dart 3.
For a finish.
And it's on.
There it is.
But it's a 151 where you cannot utilize the bowl. So it's a 6-starter on hard mode from 301. Not expert, but hard mode. I guess it would be expert. There's no really different way to do that.
I was trying to think of how you make it
because
even up a notch.
Because he could hit the hat trick to leave the 151 or the 301. Expert would be you have to go trebles to find it.
Fair enough.
Of course, a 140, I guess.
And then trying to get to 151 from the one with split bowl is
yep.
that would be expert mode, huh? Fair enough.
Every once in a while, I'm smart. I promise.
I think you fell into that one.
I sure did.
293 for Denny Garn. 2 more bulls will leave him an outside chance, but the way this is shaping up, he may not get a shot. JJ back on 286.
This also might just end up being a situation where Edie does not need to shoot this. He's going to. And he's going to hit it. Yes, sir. 151 from Ryan Farrell.
I just noticed I was doing the same thing as Jason Watt in the stands, pointing up to signify the double 20 as that flies in. Great shot. So first team to the hill is our king seed holders. X1 Elite, though, has the darts to send us to a decider and run this match all the way to the end. I think JJ annoyingly threw a 122.
Yep.
Like,
Oh,
just go in. Come on. Ooh, and a little opening. The door creaks. Denny's away in a must spot.
Oh, good darts.
With a 1-3-2, the Ohio boys showing up here. Anything can happen in that fifth leg. JJ winning the cork to start this match, to start this set.
And tops does go in. So everybody's in. The problem is that, at least for Farrell and Dockmeyer, advantage JJ and Denny, as they added some extra stuff to their ends.
Little spice. Ooh, that looks like a good bullseye. It was a good bullseye. Something to work off of there for JJ.
Has not missed a dart that he has targeted in this leg. If Denny can follow suit. It would also give him a 10-point lead on his partner. So for trash talking purposes, this is great.
Here he comes. There we go.
There he goes.
That is definitely the lyrics.
Goes again.
Eric, this is the Pro Single A
Yep.
bracket we're watching the finals of here. Little struggle bus from Darren on this one thus far, so not a lot of pressure just yet for JJ and Denny. They will be more than happy to take a nice little walk home here.
Yeah, trying just to send this the distance. Yeah, two of those score lines are not like the others. Does everything come down to the cork here if it goes the distance?
Well, I would have said that, but honestly, JJ won the cork in this match getting in. So I'm going to put more pressure on the ends.
Okay.
Of the players than I will the cork. Just because there is the added little wrinkle of doubling in.
Which is exactly what happened, right? JJ did not get in on his first turn, even though he won the cork. And then from there, he was behind that entire leg. And it helped that ED did ED things. Including the 157. Or the 151, sorry. Excuse me.
Yeah, there he is. Even though that probably doesn't mean much for this leg, that's that'll feel really good heading into a leg that's for all the marbles.
Trip 19. Which, again, a lot of times in this format, you're going to go bullseye on dart 3 just to leave the 43. But with the difference in the scoreline until this moment, as somehow Edie's just knocking on the door now.
Yeah, Edie was never the one I was too worried about, but Darren coming off a hat trick as well. There's actually some pressure on Denny here to continue to pressurize Darren's shot so that that 90 feels free.
Been the best player in this leg and just continues to prove it. Big hat trick from Denny Garn. And, well, 180 is 105, 115, so he needs 2 triple 20s here. Need to go up. He did not. And that hat trick is meaningless. Meaningless, Gordon.
Free 90 for JJ.
And it goes in. So we are going the distance, back-to-back finals. Live, the 39th annual BullShooter finale live here in Chicago, Illinois. This is the Pro A men's doubles final. And it comes down to this. They've been playing since 10 a.m. So 7 hours of all of this work for this one moment. 7 hours for 5 minutes.
That's a good cork.
That's almost a good cork to follow it, but it will go to X1 Elite.
So here we go. JJ wins another cork, gives his team the starting advantage, but it comes down to this shot right here. He's already away.
Good last.
Away in a bull.
And Pam, great news. That will be starting up shortly on our board 90.
Oh. Unlucky from Ryan.
Not the timing for that.
No. No. And that's just going to feed your opponent. And he's been a 32 guy. Going to try to be a 132 guy.
He was in the last leg. He's on track for it here. Yes, sir. Denny Garn in with the 1-3-2. But now this is a lot of pressure on Darren, who must pick up the slack for Ryan and do something else in the process.
We haven't seen either of these teams in situations where you would expect it try to throw for those triples.
Yep.
Whether it's leave a big finish from just outside that 161 range to perhaps that's what Ryan needs to do on his next turn up. Is look for that 160 instead of 120.
I do agree with that.
See where his head's at.
Although even a 120 does put him still pretty close to JJ. Less than 30 points difference. 23.
Yeah, and who knows? Maybe JJ's shot influenced that after Ryan's seen that it wasn't the best follow.
Let's also mention that he just did that, by the way. After missing all 3 darts, just go in perfect. Good second and third.
Yeah, important shot there from Denny.
And here is Doc. almost important that he kind of sticks with Denny here. Good enough.
Yeah, doesn't put him too far out. Here's a couple of big shots. 180 would leave a finish.
Oh, after the first start being so pretty, to miss the last two, that is frustrating.
Yeah, very surprised. When JJ has had a good first start, he normally does follow it. But again, no thoughts of switching. I mean, there he couldn't get to a finish, but
Actually traded 4 points with JJ. But Denny again in the driver's seat.
yeah, Denny not having to do anything special.
Great darts. A 44 average in this last leg decider for the match. And Denny Garn has shown up in a big way.
Yeah, the team combination of
Trip.
winning the cork.
You had to go trip there on the darts 2 and 3. Sorry.
Yeah, no, you're absolutely right. I've lost hope for that.
I'm still going to mention it, though.
Now this shot, there's probably not much difference between a 150 and 180.
Chris Slim, George Daniels. Daryl Cortez, Ram Guevara. They could have done that at home. Dave Cameron, Jordan Meyer. Eric Gregory, Dustin Holt. That's a good duo.
Ryan, bounce out, single 6.
Larry Butler, Ben Fish.
Does follow it.
Hilger Braswell. And another hometown. Trevor Sellers got Mike McKimmey.
106 for the match. And he can utilize the bull. 16 for tops. The double dip. There it is. Denny Garn, JJ Carpenter taking him out.
Wow.
Commiserations to Ryan and Doc. Just not able to get anything going after a long wait.
And we're going to pass along the headset here so Gordon can find himself some food real quick, all right? Because I don't want to stay here too long with these yahoos. As Abby Spot, only 15 scored. The format goes back to double in, double out split for the ladies. I am Sean Green, joined by my partner in comms for this one, the GOAT, Mr. William Stewart. Will, what's up, buddy?
What's going on? Hello, everybody. Here we go with our women's final. To give you a little understanding, we actually were out there kind of talking to them and whatnot, and they were saying, we want to play. Is that okay? And I said, if you guys want to get underway, nothing wrong with that. We totally understand.
Yeah.
So they got a leg in, as you can see here, and that's why we're getting it where we are at. So totally the ladies' decision. That's fine. We want them to be comfortable and have a little break potentially before mixed doubles tonight. So here we go.
Yeah, and Taylor Thaxton and Lisa Yee actually up 1-0. If they do win this race to 2, it will go to the double dip anyway, right? So, which, based on everything we've seen so far in the pit, or in the bullpen, we're going the distance, okay?
That's
Call it what it is.
I've been kind of on looking, and I was surprised that both of those, and they went well onto the distance. It wasn't
The
like
whole
just
distance.
we're gonna go 3-0 and then
Yeah.
and then get it there. No, it was tie ball game pretty much the whole match.
Impressive is honestly They were like, how much FaceTime can we get? We're going to get all maximum of that.
You can see Juan Vetter with his amazing attire there. The Magic Man.
Magic. I bet he has some red balls in his pocket.
He actually had a deck of cards because he got me already on a few tricks.
There you go. Gotta watch out.
Yeah.
Tricks up his sleeve.
The one that got me was when the card appeared in my hand that had my signature on it, and I said, that's just not cool. No, you can't do that. No.
It's not even worth any money either.
Yeah. That's the truth. Trash is always trash, brother.
All right, Liz Tynan.
That's a great turn. That is a magnificent turn to leave 52. You can see everybody else well back.
Yeah, Liz is rolling. Lisa on 152. Actually, we'll have that first look at the finish. But in order for that to happen, Taylor's going to have to start playing like Taylor. And that's not it.
Yeah, you can see her face there. Not thrilled with the outcome.
Lisa's already frozen.
Yeah, this is just giving yourself some extra padding, per se, if you're Abby Spot. By the way, her dart is definitely a javelin.
Yes.
I would pick that up, and I was like, oh, my.
Yeah.
This is way bigger than I anticipated.
That's called self-control, ladies and gentlemen.
Yes, it is. Yes, it is.
Lisa E steps up here. She can go the bullseye route. That does now switch, ladies and gentlemen. So the bull is back in play. The normal checkouts that you're used to, it is double out like normal because it's split bull.
Yep. There we go.
Oop.
Really needed that 12.
Tops. Nope.
Yeah, well short
And
in her mind.
180 from Taylor. All of a sudden.
Makes it interesting. Both of us anticipating.
Yeah. And then,
at least two there.
yeah, she's played a lot of darts in the last 24 hours.
I would say so. Won that title last night. And the Top Gun women's.
Yeah, again, one of my favorite moments as a streamer, like streaming, being able to do a live stream match, is Taylor winning that match. Because you can tell how much it meant to her.
Yes, exactly. That's what I was about to say. You could tell what it meant to her. It was written all over her face, and she had tears in her eyes, man. She knew that was her rival, kind of, is what she said to me.
For me, it was the gutsy performance to get into a bit of a mental state, start to really struggle, and to pull yourself out of it as well as she did, something different.
Yeah.
Lisa does leave 32.
That'll just in case look. I think Tynan takes his second dart, though.
I almost
first.
agreed with you. Yeah. Wanted to agree with you, and then you said second dart, and I was like, I don't know about that. But Liz does take leg number 2, 1-1 scoreline. If the Queen's Quarters win this one, or the Q squared, they're your champions. If Thaxton and E win this, which we already know is going to happen, it will go to a double dip.
There we go.
Will and I have been talking about the same level, so I figured
Gordon needs a little bit more oomph.
yeah,
I don't need that. I'm used to it. So sorry for blaring your ears if I did.
He also has his mic about here.
Yeah, true.
Because it's not the boom in his voice. Oh, Lisa tried to step over and hit it. Is that tie ball game? Or do they go by one?
Nah, that's a little bit closer for somebody here.
It was not Lisa.
Nope, it was not.
The hop up and down did not help that situation. So it will be Queen's Quarters going first, having the advantage.
They can get this done here. They will win the title as Lisa gives us a jump and a It's kind of
Listen.
she actually has to jump too for you to see
Oh,
her.
100%.
Like that's the thing about it.
100%. And what she that's just who she actually is. It's funny. She's a sad person. Stop touching the dress.
Oh, this would be magnificent. I mean, it still is a great opener for Liz. That little extra chunk of change would have been nice.
She will take it and run here in a last night decider. Taylor getting in is the first step.
Oh, no.
Little lungy there on dart 3.
Automatically, you're under pressure here, too, with that miss. But Abby misses as well.
Yep. Kind of some dud goes the dynamite so far. And we'll see if Happy Feet herself can pick up the partner. It looks like so far, so good. Great dart from Lisa Yee. Needed to stay somewhat close to Liz Tynan. And only 60 from Liz. So I think Taylor asked, what do I have to do here? Do I have to hit doubles to get in? And Lisa said, yep, hit the double. That's what you have to do in order to start scoring. She said, okay, I got this. Does take a deep breath, settles in. In on the first dart. The important part of this is that she is in.
Look at Lisa, man. Just
something else. Character.
If that's not, she's got to be up there for all-time favorites just in personality alone. I mean,
she's a Hoosier.
Oh, my. Who cares about the Hoosier statement? I mean, that almost downgrades her. But at the same time, I mean, the personality is just stupid good.
You're not wrong. You're not wrong.
And her darts are really good as well. Look at this. I think the most impressive thing is when you can do it both ways. Yes, I mean, this is a soft hit to her, but when she made a run against Fallon at the Las Vegas Open, that was really something too. So, yeah, just good all-around dart player. All these ladies are.
The only one of the 4 that doesn't really dabble into a whole bunch of steel, I guess Taylor probably doesn't either, is Abby.
Yeah, I was about to say, Abby and Taylor are the ones that they don't play it as much, Liz all the time.
That's
Lisa
her go-to, yeah.
Yeah. But anymore, it doesn't matter.
Yep.
Darts is darts. Have some fun with it. There's plenty of outlets, and this is a massive one, folks. This is your Chicago World Finals, and the 40th is right around the corner. We got a ton of regionals coming your way, folks, next year. I guess I should say later this year.
Yeah, look for tour stops near you. The 40th. We have 6 countries representing the team event tomorrow. Is that correct? Denmark, Poland, Spain, Canada, the United States, and something else.
Someone else. We'll figure it out. I did get a moment to speak with one of the Denmark players.
Yeah.
He actually approached me and said, "Is Jen here?" And I said, "No, she's not." And he goes, "Well, I still like your guys' videos. Just I like hers more."
Shocker. Shocker.
Yeah, I figured.
You said I thought I was the attractive one. That's fine.
Oh
Great
my
darts.
God. This is a excellent round from Liz. I mean, I peppered a few 140s here, and especially with the opener, I mean,
It's miles out in front.
and sitting on a current, I mean, she can take this out in 14 darts.
Yeah. Dagger Dan, you too, buddy. And the frustration starting to set in.
Yeah, this is most likely looking good for Liz and Abby, but I mean, Abby needs to kind of help her out just a touch, not necessarily, but just a touch, just in case.
Let's see here.
Denmark.
We
I said Denmark.
Belgium.
Belgium.
Belgium. There we go. Yeah. That's
Timmy
actually a good
here?
one.
I'm just kidding.
Timmy's brother could be.
Hey, there you go. Lisa might be her last 3 darts.
I want to assume so. With the way that Liz has been able to take advantage of this leg, I don't see her missing.
Gonna start on the 16s here.
Yeah, triple 16 was the go-to. Like I said, I don't see her missing. 15-dart leg for Liz Tynan to take the win with her partner Abby Spot.
And am I seeing this correctly? It looks like maybe the women's final decided to wait. Which is
Yeah,
great.
it looks like they did.
I love that. Crystal Wagner and Tori Gilstrap is going to be a fantastic duo.
Yeah, but that other team hasn't lost a single leg all day.
That's awesome, too. I'm really excited to see this.
I found that one out.
That is
that
Olivia
is nuts.
Adams and Madeline Lewis. And Madeline Lewis was the exact player that Gordon Dixon called out at the start of this in the pre-show that didn't get played. But it was really smart when he said it.
Well, I mean,
We'll
let's
never know.
defend Nick here. That was a little loud.
It was definitely.
We're gonna
There's
play
nothing
that
you can do
anyways.
about it. Absolutely nothing you can do about it. At least we tried, right?
Yeah. Oh, yeah. No, it's all about it, folks. I mean,
But here we go. The ladies stepping up.
I think they're going to take a few here. So I think we can take a quick second before they get underway. I would assume.
Sounds
As
good.
I didn't see them take any practice starts, so I'd assume they're going to take at least 3 to 6 each.
Well, of
before we
course,
get underway.
the one in the red is my tattoo artist.
Yep.
So
Yep.
we will be back with that final right after this. All right, welcome back. Sean Green joined by William Stewart, USA Darts, and BullShooter here for the 39th annual BullShooter WCC finale live in Chicago. This is the women's A final, and that's Madeline Lewis. She's playing with, quite the throw with DJ Smiles, and Crystal Wagner is playing with Tori Gilstrap. Tori, yeah, it's true. Which is it? It can't be. Yep. Yeah. Because it's the same exactly as the Pro A. So what the format is double in, double out, true double in, true double out, full bull. So again, we're back to the format where the highest checkout is the 160. And you can't utilize the bull when you do those.
That one always throws me off for a second. So I'm glad that we went over that one. Just a slight adjustment on the format for this one. Crystal Wagner, one of those two-toed players.
Yep.
On the line. If you can't tell.
Yeah, Crystal and Tori's better half are both Magneto darts. I don't know if Tori is or not talented enough to where she should be, but, and I mean that like in a real way, for Crystal and her to be here in the final. Of course, the Madeline Lewis and I'm just trying to get DJ Smiles' real name, and that doesn't help me at all. So DJ Smiles have not lost
a single leg.
Olivia Adams, thank you. I appreciate that. I knew that was there somewhere.
DJ Smiles is a good name, though.
It is really nice. But at the same time, you know.
Look at that wind-up.
Oh, yeah, it is unique.
Yeah, definitely.
We saw this on Thursday evening in the Monster at the Midway team event, and her team performed very well, and she was a good part of it. The wind-up is due to surgery that she had at some point, and it has stuck since then. Crystal Wagner is just one of the top shots. Usually wearing long socks and shorts.
Not today.
But not today.
Just the shorts.
And Madeline Lewis is someone that Gordon and I saw Thursday and then again on Friday. And every time that we've seen her on stream, she has been solid. To the point where Gordon even mentioned her today in that before we even started coverage. of whatever team that she's on, that's a team that I'm looking forward to do well. And there is Tori, who is my tattoo artist.
Yeah, and you wouldn't anticipate her being a tattoo artist, to be fair.
No, not at all.
Normally your tattoo artists have a few showing. Not her.
She
Not
does.
her. Well, I think one in the back.
Yep.
Yeah.
But she has a lot on her legs and stuff like that. She actually will tattoo herself sometimes on her legs. But yeah, she's been tattooing now for quite a little bit. She tattooed me on a live stream while doing commentary. So extremely talented in many different formats and facets. And she did go to art school too. So
you got to be some form of artist if you're going to have that job, right?
Absolutely.
You can't really just etch a sketch and get away with it.
And Madeline Lewis, a nice low ton. Her throw is just, it's so textbook straight and straight. Tori releases the dart like so smooth.
It's effortless, man. Just look at,
It's all
silky
follow-through.
smooth.
It's almost all where she releases the dart on the reach. And then Olivia has a very unique delivery.
Say that again. You could say that again.
We have a gentleman in Indy named Joe Moore who has that a little bit like that.
Mm-hmm. As long as the follow through doesn't change, that's the
Right.
thing. You know,
That's it.
The forehand, whatever. But yeah, as long as the motion's there for the follow through, you got it.
Oh, Krista Wagner, first to the finish. This could be definitely a situation where the duo of Gilstrap and Wagner are probably pretty similar.
They're going to press.
Yeah.
I get what you said. They're going to press here, and this very well could be one of those you already are eyeballing for a second set.
The craziest part about this is that as Tori hits a big hat trick, wouldn't even know Tori and Jolin if it wasn't for the fact that at Indiana State a few years ago, live stream, 1:30 in the morning, Jolin's team, first time at Indiana State and like level 2 was playing in the finals, and they were like, is there any way that you'd stay up and stream that? I was like, sure, I'm already here. It's 1:30 in the morning. And he did fantastic. It was wonderful. Got to meet and talk to them for quite a while, and we've been good friends ever since. It's just weird how that works out.
Yep.
Did not know them at all. They're from Kokomo,
Indiana. I can't believe Bob Ross is watching from the bleachers. That's actually Kyle Troop, professional bowler.
Good old Devin.
Yeah, attacked bull there to leave 38.
And, well, that is not good for a couple reasons. The first is that there's no freeze. And the second is that it was kind of a punted effort. And Madeline can take this out. Triple 19. Whew.
Yeah, needed that one for 36. Go back to Tori with 77. Needed.
Trip 19 for double 10. Yeah, threw a flyer there.
Yes, go bull here. Over to double 10 because of that true double out. Oh, that whole board shifted there.
That moved the whole wire. Again, no freeze here for Olivia.
Do you think 217s? Yeah, she goes bull.
Yeah, which I'm okay with that route. Because 92, it's still trip 20 for double 16. It's the bigger segment, right? And it's one of those little facets that different, as you see Devin with his perm. It's one of those little facets of this type of format, right?
Buddy, you got to get your perms and your rows.
Well,
figured out there, buddy.
I'm sorry, I was not born in that decade or lived in that decade, so I never had to worry about those
That
things.
is definitely an afro. 14 leaves tops.
But never mind. We'll talk about it later. I can't go there. Madeline steps up. She can't take that out. She shot at it, though, didn't she?
Yeah.
That was pretty scary.
That was scary. If she'd have taken that out. Ooh.
But double 10. Does go in for Tori. Dead center of the double 10. Leg number 1 goes to Crystal and Tori.
That's that first leg gone. And there's the fro. My goodness. Happy little trees. Paint a pretty little picture. Crystal keep the pressure going. Started well in the last leg. Continue to do it here.
And that's the first leg that MLOA has lost.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, crazy to say, but it's going to happen here in the final.
Tasha's in there rooting for Liv.
Eyes on that left side of the board.
Gets in.
We see that a lot because you can miss up and down and you're fine. If you're missing left and right, that's a no-go. But it works as an in.
Tori does the same thing. And actually, talked about this with Gordon a little bit. That double 11, because it's the same exact weight as the bullseye, it almost is a nicer transfer
Yeah.
to it, straight across.
And utilize the left, not the right-hand side, because the
Right.
right-hand side, you're getting a little less value out of that. So, yeah, use the left, and you're fine.
Yeah, Michael, because your throw's so perfect.
Far
Here's Crystal. Throws with the 2 toes and very straight dead on to the board.
Mm-hmm.
You'll see that she crosses to her nose to actually bring the dart forward. So also a little bit left eye dominant, which is probably why she stands more straight on.
Get a look at that wind up there.
What I like, though, about it is that by the time the windup is done, the elbow and the
Yes.
positioning is in the perfect spot.
Yeah, it is.
I mean,
Besides the roll around on
Yeah.
the front half, it's not bad.
it's like a Jim Furyk golf swing.
Exactly.
Right?
That's how you got it. That's the number one reference I always say when somebody says, "Oh, your throw wasn't great." Well, Jim Furyk didn't have a great golf stroke, but it worked out for him. He was a professional. Hit a 59 on tour.
58.
That's right, 58. Sorry.
He's the one with a 58.
Yeah.
And Madeline, no bowls hit there. That is something you do not see often out of her. Speaking of things you don't see often, Crystal Wagner, 6 starts down and not in yet. But really, still no harm.
Yeah, I mean,
But she's got to get in now.
I was thinking the same. If she gets in here, it's okay. But barely.
You got to utilize the double 15. It's the greatest double on the board.
Yeah, to Luke Littler, which is whatever. Whatever. I mean, it's just the fact he goes 9-darter on 57 and 51-30. What?
Right. I mean, first time in history, a 9-darter's been taken out on double 15. He's got that going for
He
him.
called it that night too.
I'm sure he did.
Yeah, he called it before.
Yeah, that means he actually just tried for it that day. Where usually it's just like, I'm not in the mood tonight. It does feel like he plays like that sometimes.
Yep. Yep.
Patrick in the chat saying, hello, I am back at close to 1 o'clock in the morning from the Orange Country in Europe. That would be the Netherlands.
Yep.
It is 5:43 p.m. here. Patrick, appreciate you tuning in. Ray Carver in the chat. That's a wind up, okay? Yeah, again, that side profile is one of my favorite shots of it, though, because you do get to see just how the wind-up happens, but the actual elbow is parallel to the floor. It's stretched out all the way, and her follow-through is great. There's nothing wrong with that, which is why she's still really good with that. And I'm telling you what, Suzanne Young, who is playing with Melissa Dahlmeyer in the 501 open and open out, that's a great battle going on there. And then Dahl Young actually wins that one with Suzanne Young and Melissa Dahlmeyer. Suzanne, I think, has pretty much dominated the open events for the ladies' side, if that's true. Yeah. Suzanne Young, actually, we talked about her the other night, and Liz Tynan gets in there, and she goes, yeah, she beat the pro for EDC after putting me in the loser side, and then took me out in the finals.
Wow.
Yeah.
That's
Suzanne Young
there.
is that group from Knox County, Indiana. The Youngs are a fantastic family of great dart players. And Suzanne, I think, might be the best of all of them.
No, she'll be making a jump here soon.
And I hope that she does. She's the one that I talk about for the CSC and things like that, or the WCS. She starts traveling more. She's going to start making a name for herself really quickly.
Helpful eye from Tori there. She points out the dart. A little bit easier to see the darts here today with the black flooring rather than the typical hotel flooring we're used to at every single dart tournament.
That goes with every color known to man.
Yeah. The old camouflage that every dart seems to get lost in.
Great last from Tori. Adeline, though, the 119.
Yeah, looking at player 1, player 4 here.
And those last two darts are going to leave this interesting. Crystal a hat trick away from, or not a hat trick, they're playing split bowl, a 140 away from putting Tori able to possibly check out the 125. And after not getting in for 8 darts, got in on dart 9. That would be a heck of a feat. Oh, it is open bowl. What am I talking about, man? Why can't you just correct me at times? Gordon Wood.
Self-explanatory, bud. Self-explanatory.
I did have to pull up the archives here for a second. I wanted to look, and MLOA actually did get the doubles cricket win last year in the final. So I was like, I know for sure I talked with them about their run.
You've seen them before, yeah.
Yeah, and I remember because I of course I had to ask DJ Smiles about her windup, and it was something related to like a nerve injury in her shoulder, which is why she has to kind of like almost like initiate the muscle movement. I'm not exactly sure how that works, but and the fact that I believe Madeline's fairly young and it was one of her first big wins last year, so to see them replicate the success is really cool to see.
Easy to see because Madeline is such a good player.
I'm stunned you remember that with all the hair dye that's been through your hair. I'm just kidding.
I Googled it.
And the double 16 goes. 1-1 scoreline now. MLOA trying to win another title.
Yeah. Will we go to the second set or will they do it here? We'll find out. Yeah. Anyone's game here.
And if you're Madeline and Olivia, you cannot rely on the fact that Crystal's going to struggle that much getting in again. That was rare.
I agree. Oh,
Yeah,
That-
she's
it's not a great cork at all.
but it kisses it off. Did it kiss it off
Yeah,
enough? I
no,
don't think so.
She got it.
Yeah.
It definitely kicked, though. That was some kick.
It did.
But not enough. Crystal and Tori to get the start. So it'll be Madeline and DJ to get the start here. If they win this, it's all over. They'll take home a second title. Go back-to-back here on the titles.
And look at this.
Look at DJ back there giving a big fist bump as well. Looking. We need the Tiger Woods there is what we really needed.
See if Crystal can get in. Struggled on that side. Does get done on the last. And here is Olivia. Does get on the double 14, which is a little bit nicer of a happy accident. And then
Yeah,
the one didn't help.
a few points better, right? As long as she's in, that's the key here. That's all she's thinking about. I gotta get in. That's your thought process in that first round, really.
Tori. And on dart 1 yet again and gets herself 78 scored. And this is what we can see from Madeline. Yeah, automatic at a certain point. Follows the first dart nicely. Big hat trick.
That is huge right there. Now you almost ask Crystal to do the same.
Yep.
And even if she does the same, she's still 54 points back.
And that is the problem.
Yeah.
But she has to do the same. Because even if she can't catch Madeline, what she can catch is the ability to freeze potentially before Madeline gets a shot at that finish. Her and Tori are going to have to work together pretty rapidly to make that happen, though.
That was
needed for that possibility.
Really, yeah, it was. And after that first start, it's a tough bowl. I
Yeah,
mean, that's kind of.
Yep. There's certain misses that are just worse than others.
Anytime that dart is right over the top of the bowl, I just
Like that.
shake my head and immediately look down.
Well, Tori splits the field goal there, gets 60 at the end of the day.
Surprised she got that in the
Yeah,
double there.
She had to have been able to see that better than we thought.
Madeline, just keep going on these bowls here.
Yep.
Oh, yes.
Doesn't leave a finish after the slack dart into the 2, but with her opponents miles behind right now, that's okay.
She should get a look at least here.
Now, low ton from Tori and Crystal means that Olivia has to do something. Oh, that's an unlucky last start to land in the 7. Oh, Liv does not find it and missing, not in the best numbers. The 120 was nice, but 422, Tori can, it's going to take Madeline 6 darts, which means that Crystal and Tori have 6 darts to attempt to put the freeze on.
Need everything you can get here. Need a bowl.
Ooh, she dragged that one lower than the first or than the second one.
It's likely Madeline's going to give herself at a 2 dart. Check here. Oh, go. Whoa. I don't agree.
There was no reason to do it.
She should have just kept on the
yeah.
bowl. She overthought that.
And then it cost her some extra potential points there to get down. And don't put it past Crystal to hit a hat trick here to leave the 110.
Incoming.
That'll do. lets Madeline know that she's right behind her. That being said, 140 is probably one of my favorite checkouts in this format because you can go bullseye, bullseye tops much easier than it would be on split.
Oh, and this is a perfect time to do this, Olivia.
Good darts.
Yeah, just help Madeline out. And that, I mean, she had to have it there.
Or another one of those, which she does hit. So the low ton from Liv is kind of counteracted there. But Madeline gets this opportunity for the match and the title.
This may be her only look. This may be her only look.
And it has been missed. Bullseye for double 10 was the shot. Crystal now the 158. Do you just play the setup shot here?
I think you have to. I think you freeze. You have to play for the freeze here. Force Olivia to come up and hit 150. Maybe even go for a bigger one.
That, too, was brutal in the last dart. Yeah, it does put the pressure on Olivia. You're absolutely right.
Combined score of 293.
Needs a bowl. Does not find it, so Tori doesn't need a whole lot. One bowl will for sure do it. Oh, that's not ideal. And it is not frozen yet. Oh, that was a huge last dart.
Needed that.
LDC from Tori in the last 2 rounds. That last dart counts. And Maddie cannot take this out now.
Keeps her away from the check, indeed.
Ooh.
Yeah,
Don't
that's
hit it.
scary. That's scary stuff.
Don't hit it. It is a loss if you hit the freeze dart. It is not just like a bust. Like, oh, you messed up this time.
Yeah,
but you try again.
Go no.
You done.
A little hug there from Olivia and Madeline. Just thinking this probably going to go to another set, it looks like.
Of course it is. We are in the finals in the bullpen, my friend. Let's go to another. We're going to have to start opening up an ice cream store, you know? We should just sell some ice cream on when we get down to the finals.
And it's hard. You don't want to put that on Madeline, but at 160, she transitioned to the 60 and should have just hammered the bull, stayed there, give herself the best look at winning the match. And now we've got a couple more in order for you to win the match.
Yeah, you go from 1 leg away to 2 again. And that's going to be an even Steven. Can we go back to when I didn't say even Steven?
Why?
I don't know.
That's a good one. I mean, chances are a lot of the new youngster crowd's not going to know what you're talking about, but
Well,
most of those 30,
it's rhyming
30
the
plus.
word even with a name. All right, that's what
Well, it's also a famous TV show.
even Steven.
Even Stevens.
Even I knew that one.
Yeah. Come on, Sean.
Well, now I feel even worse.
Step your
Nick knew
game
it.
up, my guy.
Was it good?
I was surprised he knew that.
Was it good?
It's Shia LaBeouf.
Shia LaBeouf, first of all, let's calm it down. And second of all,
I can't even talk to you. The fact that you don't know Even Stevens,
is it a movie?
folks. No, they had a movie as well. Actually, there was an Even Stevens movie.
Oh, that movie. I thought you were talking about Even Cleveland. I've seen Even Stevens
Oh my, folks.
with Shia LaBeouf. Why didn't you say that?
Oh my. See what I deal with. See what I deal with, folks.
You know what's funny is I've said that exact same phrase today in completely different circumstances.
Yes.
All right, Tori stepping up. That's the first time that she has missed the double on dart 1. She does have a little turn to her throw.
And
Doesn't get in. And Liv kind of got feeling it in the very end of the last leg. And you're seeing it already. It's a situation where for her, to correct it, it's throw harder, right?
mm-hmm.
Just
no slowing down.
Feel.
There's no slowing down.
It's feel. It is throw the dart harder and straighten it out. That's it. Crystal all around it, but does find 175 scored. And typically, low ton is going to be what these ladies are looking for, minimum. But I've always said over 70 is C, right?
Mm-hmm.
But the 110 from Madeline does put her only 6 points back at Crystal. And now it's back to the doubles game, and that is a tough blocker.
Yeah. Does she transition?
Nope.
No, she still uses it.
That's, again, fantastic. And that bull there, now she's just going to second to Olivia.
Mm-hmm.
And if we're looking at scoring so far in this match, you give the advantage there to Tori.
A slight edge, for sure, towards Tori.
But Olivia has moments of this.
At the right time, she collects.
And
that's
she
what it's
collects
been.
right there.
Yep. Just right when you think, okay, this is cued in. Nope, not quite.
Just call her the IRS. She collects at the right time.
Those dang people.
In a happy way, though, for DJ Smiles. He does it with a smile on her face.
It just seems like it's going to happen here, right? 150, cued in.
Tori looking for a low ton. Finds it. Johnny's nodding in approval back there.
He's been watching these ladies throughout the duration of the day.
He has, yes.
So
his area is over there.
It's kind of cool that he's just elected to stay here and watch along. So he gets crowned the champion.
Johnny from the upstate New York area, Western New York, as they would prefer to be called in New York, because it is actually west and not up.
Yeah.
It's up from Manhattan, but that's not the point.
Definitely West New York. This is clutch from Crystal.
Even the 1-3-3.
Mm-hmm.
First look at a finish. You got Madeline kind of breathing down your neck.
But she takes the edge. Kind of takes the edge there for Madeline. And no look. No look at the out at 171.
Tori, the 161 is not a finish. So we'll see if she switches up. She doesn't, but that's just because she's trying to get as low as possible. With her partner already on a finish and their opponent's not on one yet, you can just kind of get low. Opportunity here for Olivia. Not anymore.
Yeah, just not the few rounds they wanted there on that side of the board.
Bullseye first start. I believe 83 and then trip 17 for double 16. Ooh, she went
33 first start, which doesn't make any sense, right?
No, it makes it a 2 treble visit instead of just a bullseye.
Yeah, so she should have
Single treble
She should have
visit.
went bullseye 51-32.
And Madeline's going to do Madeline stuff. Nice little Hattie. Little Hattie from Maddie. Tori's going to try to follow suit. Some style points on top of it. Great hat trick and to follow from Tori Gilstrap. Wow.
Yeah, great round, and almost kind of locks in this leg for them to take their first advantage.
Not quite yet.
We'll see.
Oh, Liv hopped up. I don't know why she didn't just go bull there.
You can see.
I think she's
And
trying to
jump
ensure
up.
there was no freeze.
Yep.
But I like it. I also do like this.
62 needed.
Oh, no. Oh, double 15 for double 16.
The old double.
And she pins it.
Come on.
That is called textbook right there, ladies and gentlemen. If there's one thing I know, it's the double 15, double 16 move is correct every time.
She was going for it. She didn't even think about
She
trick
went
10
outside
there.
on the first one. Nuts, and it pays off.
Absolutely.
Welcome to the 39th BullShooter finale, where anything goes, if anything goes. Crystal Wagner, double finish. Makes it a 1-0 scoreline. This is the double dip. This is leg number 2.
Yep. So not 1-1. Unfortunately, it is still 1-0.
Yep, it's a reset.
Yeah. I can kind of throw off some people for sure. Especially for some of our overseas audience that's not used to double elimination.
No, not at all.
You know, that can kind of. Well, what?
It honestly, it really made the Top Gun tournament yesterday
I loved it.
so much more fun.
Just sprinkle that
Yep.
in on your soft tip events.
wonderful.
A single elimination, just to put pressure on every single dart.
Yep. Every match.
That's why every once in a while I like these 301 and done events.
Yep.
Like one leg, 301, you win, you move on, you lose, you're out. Just a fun little added bonus.
A little quick blind draw. Let's move on.
Yeah.
Those are good for me because I can enter a lot of them quickly.
Yeah. Yes.
Just lose the leg, go play again. Lose the leg, go play again. It's like a rebuy for poker.
Fun fact, I had Alex Bowman beat twice in that and still lost. So, yeah,
Listen,
yeah, no, that happens.
the Spellman's gonna do his thing.
You're going to do it. Yeah.
All right, here's Wags.
Yeah, a couple bulls would be great here. Help out Tori's good start. There you go.
CW gets herself a 107. Let's see what Liv can do. Pops Neil in the chat, the real Philly legend who lives in New Jersey. That's Tim's dad. My partner for To The Point Streaming. We're starting the 1. It's a bit of a hanger for Tori. I did play a leg against Tori 2 nights ago. Shockingly, she beat me. I'm going to use an excuse, but the excuse is that she's better than me.
I mean, you stated it, bud.
And to be fair, she was practicing this exact format. Only instead of full bowl, she was practicing split bowl.
Mm-hmm. Do you smell something?
I smell fantastic rose petals, actually. Pink rose petals, champagne spritz.
That's it.
It's my favorite smell in the entire world, and I will tell you why later, ladies and gentlemen. But it is a lifesaver if I've ever heard one or smelled one. Why throw up when you have romance and desire?
Oh, why? Two bulls here. Doesn't leave a check at 162, but I have a feeling she'll be okay with that. There's the bull. Yeah, I figured she's going to go ahead and just tee it up, try to grab that other bull to just bring it on down as low as you can go.
She also is an analytical player and will know that if she needs to shoot that shot, she will. Doesn't need to there.
Look at DJ back there. DJ Smiles is just, she had her hands over her mouth. She's living on every single dart here.
I love it. It's how a final should be. It's how a final should feel. Doesn't matter what division. It means the same. Crystal looking to put them in the absolute driver's seat. And if Tori hits a low ton, that's where they will be.
Right now they have a
Lisa, how
grasp on this win.
How can Lisa forget about the double dip? It's happened every single match in the final so far.
That was earlier.
I'm just surprised this one is not going to automatically go to a last late decider. But yeah, Crystal is cooking. And Tori can leave 56. That's what Cody Young just said.
Ham and eggs, what's she cooking? I want some.
I hope. That's something I can eat.
Send it back here.
God bless you. Tori looking for the Hattie. That'll work. Does enough.
Yeah, exactly. 95, 101. With your opponent still in the 200s. You like your chances here.
You know my favorite thing about the board not telling the teams that they're frozen? Is like when she hits a bullseye here, it doesn't say frozen.
Mm-hmm.
It's like, no duh. Yeah, I'm on 169.
Yeah,
Thank
thanks,
you very
buddy.
much.
Appreciate it.
For that information. I have no darts left. That never needs to be shown. All right, here we go. 95 for Crystal. She can utilize the bull here.
I was thinking, does she utilize this first dart? Or does she, yeah.
That's fine.
She get 18 for 32. That's fine.
I mean, just go nuts with it, Crystal.
Go for it. Ooh, almost a better leave.
Almost textbook again. A great split. I wonder how she's going to try and take out 24.
I'd say 2 double 12, Sean.
I think 2 double 6s. Or double 10, double 2. I like that. There's a nice little switch that's right next to each other. Tori, though, the 101, can check. Yep, and again, the bullseye route's perfect. 11, or 19, or a fat 8 that doesn't help anything.
Yeah,
she smiles about it.
Yeah, that drop there of the dart, she just kind of chuckled at it.
Good news is that she hit another 8.
She's going to pull out a hat trick here, isn't she?
Maddie with a Hattie. I'm telling you what.
Unfortunate timing for her, but it'll add some pressure potentially. We'll see. Double 12.
For the title. And the double dip. And it goes for Crystal Wagner. So Wagner and Gilstrap are your champions. That's my favorite tattoo artist if I've ever seen one. Gets the job done, and 2-0 scoreline. Welcome to my world. As we just are going to jump right on over to Seth Smith and Spratt taking on Semi-Pro, which is going to be Garrett Hollingsworth. He's playing with Kingpin, which is going to be Johnny Laney. So here is Magneto Darts is going to be that team. And the team of DFD is, again, Seth Smith and Spratt. That's going to be a team from Western New York. The team of Kingpin and Semi-Pro are from that Lafayette area in Indiana. And it's a 1-0 scoreline in favor of...
It's 2-0. That's going to go to a double dip now.
It's going to a double dip. So let's go the distance because you know why? It's a final in our bullpen.
That's it.
I should have known better. than to think that this was a 1-1 scoreline in the first dip.
Everything's a double dip here.
I can't believe that went 2-0, honestly. That's shocking to me. It's like they're maximizing the number of legs they could possibly play in the bullpen today,
Well, it's
and I appreciate it.
It's a glance and you miss it kind of affair here. I mean, this goes quick.
I don't think Seth liked that dart, so he waves it away. So Garrett going to get the start.
Garrett with 1 R.
Yeah, Garrett Hollingsworth. 1 R and I believe 1 T, if I'm not mistaken.
2 T's.
I don't think that's. Oh yeah, it is actually true. That is how you spell Garrett. The way he does. Yeah, it's 2 T's and 1 R.
Not for Rakowski.
No, I know. It's definitely a different way to spell Garrett. Don't get me wrong, but it is the right way. Adam Jones is a Magneto-sponsored player as well. Knows that. I do like the nickname Semi-Pro.
And just for context, everybody, after this match, this is all the morning brackets done. And we have one event left to cover. That'll be the Luck. They actually are just now getting underway. They had a little bit of a delay there. So we will be having a small break, about an hour break in our session, maybe a little bit less. And then we'll go right back in to finish out with the Pro Luck later on, as we've been live for 7 hours already, my friends.
7. Hey, it works with a lot of things. Great opening there from Magneto on both sides.
I mean, it is open in, open out.
And Spratt with a 150, which is a better opening than the team from Magneto Darts. Appreciate that. I love how this is the open division, right?
Yeah, yeah.
I mean, these are so good players.
You're not going to come here unless
Yeah.
you have some thought of, like, I can definitely
hit multiple
Something
hat
here.
tricks in a single leg.
Yeah.
Like, if you can do that, sure, let's have some fun, all right? If you can't do that, you're going to lose, but you're going to have some fun.
Now, if you can't do that, still come out next year and
Maybe you will do that. You never know.
Yeah.
But instead of,
Automatic.
yeah, I mean, there you go. As Desmond Bauer in the chat, 11 years old, saying, let's go, Garrett.
Yeah, one of those up-and-comers that you're going to want to keep an eye on. We have a good chunk of those now that are really becoming impressive dart players. Liam Musser and what have you.
Yep. I'm just surprised that there are no Polish teams in this final.
Yeah.
If I'm being completely honest with you guys. I just assumed DFD had to be Polish, like, if they're in the final. I really didn't think they were Magneto Darts unless Randy got on that quickly after last night. Yeah. Mill, who we featured last night, actually is mostly a steel tipper in Ireland and plays PDC.
Yeah, I actually got a
Q School. He has high 80s averages.
John McKeon actually texted me and said he is from Poland but lives in Ireland. He is a good dart thrower and plays for Dublin County.
Yep.
And my pub team on Monday night. So, yeah, a little information from across the pond from some individuals.
I just went and asked him myself.
Appreciate that, Sean, by the way. Yeah.
But, I mean, it was really cool.
Yeah.
Like,
oh, yeah, yeah. Not wrong.
I mean, this is first time in Chicago, first time ever playing BullShooter, or second time ever playing BullShooter. He actually went to Poland, flew to Poland for 1 day to get his averages, to play enough games to get his averages.
Dude, that's actually pretty cool.
And then
to
flew
do
back.
that, yeah. Air 34 needed and collects.
hits.
Wow.
Great dart there from Garrett.
And that gets one on the board for him. They didn't get one of that previous
Look at those
set,
averages.
So, I mean, this is what you expect here. Some players, they just haven't played or participated in these events, so they can come in and open. And you have to anticipate throwing a 150, and the next person's going to come and throw a 150 as well.
Absolutely.
Yeah, that's just how you got to look at it. You got to look to the
fact,
ground and know they're gonna follow this up.
When are you going to try to shoot the 180?
Nope.
Huh? When are you going to try to shoot the 180? That honestly is something that should come into play here.
That is a good thought process.
Thank you. I'll be here all week. So one thing I do well in this game is thought process. The performance sucks. The results are terrible. but the thought was there. And if it was the thought that counts in this game, I'd be really.
Good thing it's not, Sean.
And now I'm back here with you.
Yes.
Oh my gosh. Guys, Mr. 107, Ed Levesque himself is in the chat. Rooting for the Western New Yorkers.
Has to be.
He is. Eric and Seth said, let's go, Eric and Seth. Tyler Driver is going to be rooting for the opposite side of things. What up, Ed? Johnny Laney.
He's not happy with a dart on the floor, but hey, it's a 150, bud.
My one fun fact about Johnny Laney is I have actually beat him at Indiana State in Masters doubles. Thank you, Jason Ives. Seth, staying perfect. Even with that commentator's curse I tried to pull off. Oh, Garrett. 32 is not where he wants to be. Not at this point in his starting career. He's going to be a better player than that. See Spratt stepping up. It's always cool when you go to, obviously the Niagara Falls BullShooter is where we saw Spratt and Seth. But I, of course, have that Western New York shootout and that's where I've met them. And, when the great players consistently make it to the ends of those tournaments, you're going to see them the entire time.
Batavia, New York, right?
And Kingpin, it's a 150 himself.
Well, Seth trying to keep it straight, trying to go for this 10 here.
No matter what, he can go out in 12. He has 2 misses he can afford to take here at this point. There's one of them. And that's really what it is in this game, right? If you go first, you have at least 2 darts that you can miss and still, most likely,
Get a look.
you will get the first look at a finish unless your opponent goes for the 9, which none of them ever do.
Well, I just don't. Does that thought process even come into their brain? In this
should.
division? It should. It really should.
It's these guys. It's not like it's any other open division, right?
That's when we need to have a correspondent on the shoulder of our competitors here. What are they saying? What are they thinking?
I just need them to start making coaches a thing and they hire to just do all that stuff for them. Oh man, I could have a job and also come back here and sit with you guys for a bit.
51 tops here for Seth.
This is to make it 1-1 and send us to a last leg decider.
Thinking something else? Nope. It's just deceiving head placement. You see that chin
Bullseye
up
for 24.
him.
Ideally. Yeah. And it's open out, right? So it's a fat 12 needed if he returns.
Exactly.
But he will return. At least it won't be Garrett taking it out. It might be Johnny, though. And it might be Spratt. 127 can go. Still can go. Triple 20, triple 17.
Or the other way.
And it does go. Big dart for Spratt.
Yeah, big time shot there to keep him alive in this battle. Going to a last leg decider. Who would have thought that?
Everyone that's been watching our stream all day better have thought that. Chad Ingram said, WizKid got the 9. Well, I didn't see it, so it doesn't count. And
Wiz got the 9 at Whammo.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I do remember that.
That's different.
Yep.
That's not Chicago BullShooter.
Right. And that's actually I like that spot of a diddle. I'd like it to be a couple, obviously, holes lower, but the hanger on it is always nice. And Johnny's not a short individual by any stretch, so he's going to be looking down at it. Looks like Mama Sprat's in the chat saying, let's go. That's my boy. Those are the things I really like.
Garrett, look to the sky there, knowing they've got a task on their hands.
Robert said that both of Sprat's parents were pros in Chicago back in the day.
It was nice to see those family affairs, that you see these individuals for 20 so years,
Yeah.
It's kind of cool.
I like working with my sons in this broadcast. Seth starts off with a nice 150.
Is Gordon the dad?
Oh, I said my son.
I know, but
he's granddad.
He owns the dad moniker.
Uh,
what are we talking about?
He's Papa Gordon. Yeah, whatever the nickname's going to be, we've got to put it on a shirt and not on a bracket.
Yes. Yep.
Those are Dad's rules. We're just here for. Sorry, Pops. Papa Gordon's rules. I'll get it right. Papa Gordon does. It's not as quick as Pops or
because my dad's name.
Papa Gordon. Yeah.
We're used to Papa Gordon. Yeah, just keeps it going here for a 10. He was on in that previous leg. Can he potentially get a look here in this one?
Yeah, and he went 8 into the 10.
Before he blew it.
And again, if you're Johnny Laney, you start on the triple 20 in this round. Otherwise, you are giving Seth 6 starts automatically from 201.
Yeah,
if you don't try it,
you need to attempt here.
Gotta try it.
Does that thought process go through his brain?
Not in the least, will it?
Nope, it doesn't.
Great hat trick, Johnny. Could have been a 180.
Even gave some stuff afterwards. Yeah.
Is it a great shot? It sure is.
Yeah. Oh, 1,000%.
But it isn't the right shot there, because Seth is good enough to take this out in 6 and probably gonna take it out in 10 total.
Yeah.
And you just let him do it there. The only thing that could possibly save them is if Sprat does something we're not expecting out of Sprat right here.
Needs to have a mistake. And almost a couple misses on the board mistake. Yeah, not going to happen.
Yep. I mean, technically it can still happen. A hat trick here does not do it. Yeah, it does. Hat trick here does it. And he does. So he's still perfect, and Seth is perfect, but he can't do anything about it.
So how about that? The play ends up working out, that he didn't have to go for that 9.
And, guys, that's why I'm an idiot, and I sit back here and call the game.
The thing is, there's no guarantee
Not at all.
that would have happened.
No, Sprat, the way they played last leg.
There's no guarantee that would have happened.
The way Sprat plays last leg, there's no freeze.
I still think you've got to attack it on the 9. I agree with your thought process there, but they get the fortunate look.
Sprat now, an opportunity.
Yeah, talk it over.
Yep, he needs 2 triples and a bullseye, which was the math that he was working out there.
And I think I just heard Seth go bull, bull.
Nope, don't like it. But overthought it anyway.
Wow.
Yeah, so here we go. This is for the perfect 10 for the match and the title. That'd be a cool way to finish this
What
off.
a shift.
Yeah.
What a shift. Needs to clean it up. That's no easy task here.
Double 15. Does not go It is frozen from Seth, though, so the button, he should just hit the button and
He can't
fist
do
bump his
anything.
partner. Yep. So Garrett, 58 left, 8 for Bull. He hits this nine times out of 10.
50 for 8 there with the format the way it is.
Happy little accident goes in, and they're the champions. Magneto Darts takes it down, the open. And you can see how much it means to him. And again, it's because it is such a difficult bracket anyway, right? Well done. Wow. Big darts from Garrett and Johnny.
Wow. It's just so crazy how that turned on a dime. Seth had to look for a 10, couldn't do it.
Because he was frozen.
Because he was frozen.
Yeah.
So, I mean, just interesting circumstances here, but we got a champion in our open bracket. Magenta Darts taking the W.
Magneto Darts.
Whoopsies.
All right. And on that Will Stewart note, we're going to end this broadcast for about an hour.
We're done.
We will be back in action for the Pro Luck starting at 7 p.m.-ish. We're going to take about an hour, and we'll come back with that. So don't go anywhere, folks. Well, go somewhere for an hour or so, and then come back for us for the night session. From Sean Green, Gordon Dixon, Will Stewart, Nick Teixeira, live here in Chicago. We will see you soon.